entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, the program that connects policy, market, and innovation across Africa's evolving economy. Now, every week we unpack the biggest developments shaping business, governance, energy, trade, and technology and explore what they mean for you, investors, and the continent's growth story. From boardrooms to board posts, from oil fields to fintech hubs, SOUQ Business Landscape brings you the trend, the data, and the voices driving Africa's transformation. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not alone. I have the ever-delectable, ever-popping, Swift Aderito.
Good morning, Olumide. How you doing?
How you doing?
You're looking very cool. You're looking like someone that is about to go in for a business meeting to make those major decisions. Yes.
Yes, I am.
Let's make those decisions. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, world. Of course, welcome once again. They tell you that if the world says that you can't do it, you need to make a conscious effort to push yourself and do it, because the Dangotes of this world and the Otedolas of this world did not hear no. They push themselves beyond limits. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we ensure that we push you beyond your limits. My name is Swift Aderito. Let's have an amazing show together.
Yes, let's have an amazing show where we discuss business, economy, and development. Don't forget to like, comment, and share our YouTube page. That's SOUQ News TV. We also have two guests that will be joining us virtually, Dayo Kunuga and, of course, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze. He is, like I call him, the think tank. They will be joining us shortly. But let me intimate you. Let me whet your appetite. On SOUQ Business Landscape, Nigeria's oil reforms takes center stage as the presidency considers major shakeup in NNPC's asset ownership. Could this be the long-awaited fix to boost production and accountability in that sector? Now, in the power space, DISCO's recorded nearly 71,000 new meters in August. Progress, yes, but is it enough to close the country's widening metering gap? Now, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, launches Operation Air Clean to purge touting and harassment at airports. Will this new campaign finally make air travel more dignified for Nigerians? And at the port, customs in Port Harcourt hit a historic 33.75 billion naira in monthly revenue. What's driving this record performance? And in the health sector, NAFDAC raises alarm over a falsified antibiotic circulating in the northern market. How does this counterfeit drug problem go? Now, on the market, the Nigerian FX, of course, slips again as investors take profit amid uncertainty. What does this mean for the year-end positioning? Plus, turbulence in U.S. airspace as government shut down ground flight and workers. How could this global disruption ripple into Africa's aviation industry? From energy and governance to trade, markets, and global shift, these are the stories shaping the week in business. We're going to short break, and when we come back, we kick off. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Ministry said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to like, comment, and share. Dayo Okunuga is standing by virtually. Good morning, Dayo Okunuga. So glad to have you on SOUQ Business Landscape. Benga Okunuga, beg your pardon. Are you there?
Benga Ayonuga, sorry.
Sorry,
Good morning.
Sorry about that. Good morning.
I'm here.
All right, so let's kick off with the first story for today. Now, the presidency is considering restructuring asset ownership within the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited in response to concerns over its persistently low oil production levels. Special advisor to the president on energy, Oluvehayen, disclosed this on Monday at the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Exploration conference in Lagos. She emphasized that achieving the national target of 3 million barrels per day requires more than promises. It demands performance-driven management and a clear accountability framework. Verheyen raised doubt over NNPC's ability to drive production growth under its current restructure and stressed for the need for shift in operational control. She called for a revitalization of Nigeria's oil and gas sector through asset optimization, improved governance, and greater private sector involvement. Now, the proposed reforms aims to ensure energy security, attract investment, and align the sector with global sustainability standards. Quite interesting, this from where we've been going and where we are right now, talking about national assets. But what's your thoughts so far on this? First off, when Ojulari came, he said, oh, we're going to sell the asset. Later on, we're not going to sell. Now they're saying, oh, we are thinking of selling to the private sector. What's your thought in this whole thing? Where do you think we're going to?
So what I see NNPC as, I see NNPC as that special child in the house. You know, if you've ever had a special child in the house, that your parents always make a conscious effort to rig the system for. So everybody goes out. But when that special child goes out, that's the day the child doesn't get beaten. Your parents come up with a reason why. And that's how NNPC has been all this time. We have been investing money. We have been putting in money. They have so much power in their hands. And right about now, it's time the federal government needs to do something about it. So they are talking about, first of all, regulating them, reducing their powers. One is they are going to, NNPC controls the sole contract to give out anything that has to do with contracts with oil and gas. And they're the ones that control all those things. So they are thinking that they need to shift that power from NNPC now to the regulatory board, because you have been doing this all these years, and from the latest review that Senator Ned is handling, is showing that a lot of oil turning to billions of naira cannot be accounted for. We are talking of oil that has already been, other oil servicing companies have already tendered that this is what we have gotten. But by the time it hits the IC or exchange has come, and money is supposed to hit NNPC or hit a handle, NNPC cannot account for these funds. So the first thing they are saying is, also people have been complaining, a lot of people in the oil and gas sector have been complaining that some staff of NNPC have single-handedly crashed down oil companies. If they don't like your face, if the conversation is not good for you, your depot, your people, especially when they were solely in charge of importation, do not get anything. I had a friend's father who had been doing this. He was managing one of the franchises of, I think, Total. And then he had an issue with one small boy in NNPC here, not even a big man. And the guy said, your station is not going to get full for the next 3 months. And that happened. And so if you put so much power in these people's hands, these people that are in charge of depot, we are talking of before Dangote came now, you can imagine the kind of power they have when it's coming to awarding contracts, when it's coming to who can go and drill for oil in certain areas, who gets the oil wells. Even some people that own oil and gas companies have complained that even up to the renewal of their oil and gas servicing contracts, they need to wet so many hands. So what this proposal is saying is, look, minus what we see for scarcity, that these people are too strong. And since it looks like they are not making profit for the federal government, every year NNPC is talking of losses. We removed fuel scarcity that same month or between 3 months. The small money that the federal government, in quotes, claimed that they made by removing fuel scarcity, NNPC found a way of taking that money back by claiming importation went up. So Nigeria started to ask, okay, so why did we now remove it? And this is one of the issues that the Tinubu administration has faced. They have faced the bitter route of the general public. And so people are asking, why are these people so strong if they are not bringing financial gains? If Total, if Shell, if Schlumberger, if other independent oil drilling companies are making so much profit and taking back to their countries, why is NNPC not making this much profit? We are looking at the turnover Dangote is bringing. We are looking at what Dangote is bringing for taxation. How much is NNPC giving out as taxation? What are they giving? So the federal government needs to sit down, and this is laudable. People are saying it is high time we break the wings of this special child. This special child has been fed by the economy, carried by the economy. The older ones that are not even as strong have had to back this child whether they are tired or not. Can we do away with NNPC? Can we break some of their monopoly? Can we sell them off? Giving out, for me, the first thing is take out the power of contracts, because someone else also told me that there's a certain level you get to, I don't know how true this is, you automatically get shares. As an NNPC person, you automatically can own a fuel station because you automatically get consignments. It is awarded to you when you work in certain places. It's too much. We are backing these people too much.
All right, so let me bring Benga into this conversation. Benga, now, oil production is underperforming. I mean, we're doing 1.4, 1.5 instead of the 3 million target that we're supposed to do. So before we can even restructure, let's even start addressing the problem. What structural weakness do you think is really affecting NNPC from performing beyond expectations?
Structural weakness that is affecting Nigeria in every other sector of the economy. For example, let's start with recruitment. When has NNPC recruitment, since you and I grew up in this country, and maybe since when we had opportunity to know our left from right and be able to track this, when has NNPC recruitment been transparent? When? They will do some shoddy. I've written NNPC recruitment exams before, I think twice, and I know what goes on in there. So when you start from there, and then you move on to the fact that, like I said on this program, the last time they spoke about this, when Bayesian was still in, was it Saudi Arabia? They had that program where she spoke about selling the NNPC. When I spoke about it then, I said that what we need, like Atiku has recommended before election, is to sell the NNPC. It's just simple and plain truth. But also, you are talking about what are the effects. The recruitment process, the fact that we are a multicultural, multilingual, multi-religious country, or a coalition of strange bedfellows that were forced together. Go and check almost all the country, like I said the last time, where their oil industry work well. You don't take the psychological aspect of it into consideration, but the psychological aspect of it is the fact that most of them, if not almost all of them, are monolingual, monoreligious countries. with deep system of government. So their government can either be monarchy or a very deeply entrenched democracy where the rule of law takes full course. The Saudi Aramco knows every liter of crude oil that is drilled from the ground and knows how that 1 liter of crude oil moves through every pipe till it gets refined, till it gets into the ship, till it gets transported to wherever it's going in the world. And while on its way in the world, they know where every of their ships is. That only works because in Saudi Arabia, apart from the fact that they are monocultural, monolingual, and monoreligious, the fact that once your hand is caught in the cookie jar, they will display you in public and cut off your head. That's what they do in Saudi Arabia. And so you won't have any incentive to be found wanting in those areas. But what do we do in Nigeria? We give chieftaincy title to people who have been found with corruption. We give them national awards. We find excuse to exonerate them from what they have done to the nation. And until this is dealt with, we will never get it right. And so the easiest solution, the most workable solution, is what Van Hejen is proposing. He's using the term rejig of assets now because the last time she spoke in plain terms that they are going to sell the assets. I know some people who don't want progress are already out gunblazing against her. That is why she's pulling down the way she presents it. But the simple thing she's saying is that we need to sell NMPC. We ought to have sold NMPC since like yesterday or day before yesterday. But today is the next best time to sell NLPC and let them focus on their regulatory role alone, not day-to-day business running or else we are not going to meet the 3 million barrel per day. And the benefit of that is that all other countries like Saudi Arabia, who can produce like 10 million barrels per day, but they have been pegged to produce lower, they will, take the production deficit from us, add it to their own, and be able to produce more than the OPEC quota given to them. That's the challenge.
All right, thank you very much, Benga. Also, I would like to welcome Dr. Idahosa Samanzi, who joins us virtually. Good morning, Doctor. He joins us from South Africa.
Good morning, Shokoya. My pleasure to be with you this morning.
So glad to have you. Doctor, your cheeks are really getting bigger. He seems to be enjoying from the other side. But, Doctor, let me quickly...
No, before you bring Doctor in. Doctor, good morning, sir. The weather in South Africa seems to be toning very well with your skin. Can you explain?
I'm not actually in South Africa at the moment.
Please,
so which country are you this time around?
Back on.
Wow, glad to have
I am
you.
in the United Kingdom.
United Kingdom.
Oh, wow.
Please, say hello to the king for us.
Even better.
All right, so Doctor, let me bring you up to speed. Now, Oluvehain is saying they need to restructure NNPC because of its failure to meet up to production of the 3 million barrels per day target. Now, Benga is insisting that we sell off the asset, which was proposed earlier on, but in a way of bringing in the private sector. What's your thought? Do you think the government's plan of restructuring the NNPC is feasible and would not disrupt any production?
I had the opportunity of meeting some people with Nuprek about 4 days ago, and these issues, of course, again came up about the viability of the assets of NNPC. I think we are just a nation of talk shop. We like to make very grandiose statements and presentations, and the last thing that we will do as a people is to even find a way to do an assessment of the things that we are talking about. And I think that's the problem that we face as a nation. We must realize that when people are benefiting from a system, they must continue to perpetuate that system so that the benefit can continue to come to them. So NNPC for a very long time has been a drain pipe to so many people. And so people like it the way that it is. And I think that the best thing that this government can do for itself is to scrap NNPC, just as Dangote said it, because it's not going to work. You see, we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. We've done this turnaround maintenance since the 1980s, and it has not worked. And it's not going to work. That is the truth. So we continue to pour money in there. No matter what restructuring you are going to do, and just keeping job for some people. And I think that is where the big problem is. And I feel that government just have to scrap that asset, whatever little money they can get from it, and invest it, maybe to support the new expansion that Dangote is doing. Probably it will bring more profit to us as a nation. Because the issue here is not issue about competence, it's not issue about whether the technologies are right. It's the issue that we lack patriotism as a people. We are not nationalistic enough, and everybody is working for his pocket. And as long as that mindset and culture remain, it will be very difficult for us to see a national asset prosper.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. So if I may ask, what about public sector partnership or private sector partnership? Do you think that might work?
You see, the truth of the matter is that by the time you do that partnership, the bug from the public sector corrupts the private. And that is why, of course, PPP has not worked in Nigeria as a country. Just look at everywhere PPP has been initiated. At the end of the day, what do? We take it back. Look at, for example, the Ibadan Lagos Road that was concession to Babalaki at a certain point in time. What happened? Look at what is happening at our airports. So there is nothing that you will have to do jointly with the public service that can actually produce results. And that for me is what it is. And we must understand what our problem is. And that is the only way we can find solutions to the problems.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Let me bring Benga into this discussion. Benga, now, if we say we should sell off these assets, there's another lingering problem. We know that sometimes when these sales want to be made, it goes back to the same people who are trying to, get it away from. So if the government, peradventure, were to sell off this asset, how do we even ensure that the right people, the bid is fair, and the right people who would actually transform this particular sector get this asset?
Well, Dangote looked like one of the same people before he got his own refinery. But when he got his own refinery, because he's a businessman who wants to make profit, he does everything using technology, using human capacity, and whatever it is that needed to be used, excuse me, to protect his refinery and make sure that the refinery works. And so, the same way, these people will destroy it if it is, there's a difference between our thing and my thing. So while it is still our thing, they will do whatever it is lackadaisically, but when it becomes their thing, the song changes immediately because they want to make profit. And so saying that whether it will function when it gets to private hand, it's a given that it will function, it will do well when it gets to private hand. What we need to do is make the process of it getting to private hand as transparent as possible, because all these them that you are talking about is not just one person, it's not 10 people, it's not 50 people. So there can be as much as 1,000 of them, different investors. So let whoever gets at the end of the day, let it not be like the case in 2005 where some people used their power as CBN governors. They sold some banks and gave it to smaller banks to swallow up bigger banks at pittance just because they can. Let it not be that same situation in this case. Let us be able to have fair and transparent transactions that Nigeria will benefit. Not that you know this thing is worth 500 naira, but because you want to sell it among yourself, you now go and sell it for 50 naira. And even maybe the nation will still pay another 30 naira transport fare to help you transport it. So once it is fair, I believe whoever takes over wants to make profit and will do well to make it work, because that's the only way their profit will be guaranteed.
Thank you very much, Benga. Coming to you, Swift. It's a whole lot. Yeah. Now, so the final question now is, but let me even bring this into it. Yeah. Even the first time Ojulari came out to say, let's sell it. Yes. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, said, you can't sell it. It's national asset. You can't sell it. What do you think about this?
So I said on this show before that a little board had whispered to me that the NNPC refinery, according to the person, has already been sold. And it has already been sold to a Dutch nationality. And that it's not just sold, that there were some lines that were crossed or dotted under one presidency that people are very sentimental about, that he knew what he was doing, didn't know what he was doing. And that there's even some legal standing that states that there's a limit of what we can do as Nigerians. The person further went on to say that, and this was a while back, before when Tinubu government came in and said the refineries will work, and one of our former presidents said that our refineries can never work. I said it here before. And then the person went further to say that that person has rigged the refineries in such a way, or those people, that once the refinery hits 70% of its production capacity, that the refinery crashes. And Nigerians said, just as a joke, how can you rig refinery? And then we saw it when the Tinubu administration put in so much money and so much effort to get the refineries working. As soon as it started to hit 69, 70, the refineries came tumbling down because they had technology that have already been put in place. Now, when Femi Falana as soon as they said Femi Falana came out, he is coming out because Femi Falana always has these informations. He is coming out to remind them that, look, there's a legal binding for the country which we cannot really get out of, according to that school of thought. So if it's true, then the federal government needs to do something else. What are the things we can get out of, given who handles our staffing, who handles petroleum contracts, who is in the waterways, who is drilling? We can get out of this thing, so let's work at it. Talking if we now eventually get out of this and we want to sell the refineries, I would advise, like Doctor said, I don't even want it to be local. I would rather be international. I would rather let's have Nigeria.
Sell it off to
foreign investors? I would rather let us have a partnership with China, let them hold on to the refinery for 10 years, and in 10 years' time we will review if it comes back to this country. When your countrymen have showed you that to a large extent they cannot handle a lot of things, and I'm not even going to lie. So, for example, you give China, the Chinese nation, the smallest refinery. Let's say Port Harcourt is smaller than Warri when it comes to production, or Kaduna. Give them, and then put one in Dangote's hands, or maybe an Otedola or somebody that is strong, and put one in state government's hand. You will see that smallest refinery, the turnover will be 10 times what the other two are making. Because, like I said, these people have been bred with rules. Like he said, in Saudi Arabia, if you are caught, you are beheaded. In China, you are not just beheaded. Your country will pay for the person who beheaded you. Your country, the tax you are supposed to pay for 3 years or 10 years, your family members will have to raise the money. So anytime you are going to federal government, you are getting those appointments, your family members are begging them, we don't have money to pay tax. Let's be straightforward. So I feel that we should have a partnership with international nations, a servicing company from Saudi Arabia that has been doing an amazing job, an oil and gas servicing company. Let's sell the refineries to them. Let Nigerians just give us a percentage. Let's not do anything with the day-to-day running. Let's just get the profits back, because this, for me, this is the only way for me, I may be wrong. That's my school of thought. This is the only way the refineries work. If we keep putting it back in Nigerians' hands, Dangote already has his refinery. Yes. Let him
have... other refineries are coming up shortly.
Let him have competitions. Can we sell this one to international people? That's my take.
I think we could have something like the partnership we had in Ondo, the new partnership with Ondo and the Canadian. Something like that is quite, visible. The goal is to meet our target, be able to supply, meet OPEC quota, and also supply the local.
So Oshomole had a similar partnership with Dangote with cement in Edo, because back in the day, before all this country, the country went beautiful, Though Okwila Cement was one of the biggest suppliers of cement all over Nigeria. Okwila Cement was going to Kano, Kaduna, wherever it was going to. And so when Oshomole came in, that was one of the things he said. He was going to revive the Okwila Cement. And so Dangote came in. They had a place where, you know, there's cement in Edo. You can get the sound from Ore. And they started the construction. It was some workers who did what they did, and of course, Oshomole and Dangote fell out at the end. So I don't really trust state government, except you are going to send them on a training, renew their mind, and like Dangote does, put expatriates in all the major positions so that when the Nigerian factor comes in, the expatriates do not have the Nigerian factor. I'm sorry to use these words. Like I said, there's a TV.
That promote
good.
Jobs
It's not by
locally.
promoting jobs. It's how does it help the economy. So there's a TV showroom in Nigeria. All the managers are Lebanese. Some of the managers follow you to go and fix your television. When you buy it, as soon as you are buying it, they tell you, your television, no cost, we fix for you. We come to your house, we fix for you. They come. There's another one that is managed by the Nigerian. To see the manager when you have an issue, they will tell you that, oh, sorry, you cannot see him. He's busy, because the way is the same way you go to a Chinese restaurant. The owner of the Chinese restaurant in Nigeria, he's serving you, he's cooking for you. Now, this guy, when you look at his tax records and his turnover, maybe he makes 10 billion in a day. Look at a Nigerian who makes 500,000 in a day. They will not even talk to you. They will send their girl and say, have a good day, because it is mindset. That is who we are as a people. So until that mindset is changed, I will not hand over anything to a Nigerian. I know Benga wants to speak. He's itching to speak.
All right, Benga, let me bring you in. Swift is of the opinion we sell to another country. But for instance, if you bring in China, China will bring in their expatriates, their technicians. Every other thing will be handled by them. They will just leave the menial jobs to Nigerian workers. So, what's your thoughts on this?
And I would tell you that outsourcing to China or India is the most evil, vile, and dirty thing to do. You see, you would think that China fights corruption. China only fights corruption within its own territory, inside its own country. China government actively encourages its citizens to be involved in corrupt practices to get contracts that will favor Chinese companies to do things. I mean, was it 2021 thereabout? A Chinese company in the north, a Chinese MD in the north, was caught with 100 million naira cash in 2 cartons of all these bottled water. I don't want to mention the particular brand name of the bottled water. In 2 cartons, 50 million in each carton, which it took to bribe a certain government official for them to get a certain contract. So the Chinese foreign policy, for those who understand it, is that Chinese government actively encourage Chinese operatives outside the country to use whatever means, including corrupt practices. Like, for example, if a U.S. company is caught in corruption web or corruption trying to induce or whatever outside U.S., that person will still come back to U.S. and face the crime, and face criminal charges for that thing he did, even though it was committed outside the the grounds of U.S. But in China, it's a different case. Chinese only punish corruption, bribery, and all the rest if it is committed against China as a country and inside China, But if you commit corruption, bribery, and whatever in order to further the interest of China, in order to help China get certain contracts in other countries that they are trying to enter into, their government actively encourages it. And using one few bad eggs to generalize everybody else, I think is something we must refrain from as Nigeria. While we have people who, like Sweet rightly said, when they have 500,000, they become proud, you can't access them. So also we have people like my former boss, M1 Mohammed of Ash Grove. His father was the former national PDP chairman that time. I'm trying to remember his surname. These are people who are at the level of Dangote, but all staff can reach them. any visitor, that has something of value. Of course, you have to protect your big man as a company so that an assassin will not just come and in the name of trying to do open door policy, you open the door of your chairman to that assassin. But even at that, there are a lot of powerful Nigerians who are doing well for Nigeria, whose doors are always open, who are accessible, and who are making efforts. Take, for example, the man I just spoke about. When he started his new company and left the company where he was my boss, for 2 years, he didn't sell 1 liter of fuel. But he was paying staff salary and when due. He pays staff salary on the 25 on failing. If it will fail on the 25, the HR would have notified you that for whatever reason, maybe bank issue or whatever, that you will get your money on the 26th. And if 26 is a Saturday or Sunday, you will get your money. These are Nigerians. They are not foreigners, and they are doing well for 2 years without making any profit, without selling any oil. He was paying staff salaries, and there are so many of them like that. So don't let us use the few, people who just came into money yesterday, and so they are misbehaving. Those people too are in China. They are everywhere around the world. Just yesterday, the BBC carried the news about a Chinese woman who was involved in money laundering and all these MMM kind of things that they were doing in Nigeria, and she defrauded people up to $6 billion, 61,000 in cryptocurrency, 61,000 Bitcoin, up to $6 billion. And so what that tells you is that corruption does not have a single nationality, but saying that because of a few precedents, you will say all Nigerians are not worth it, and that the Oyinbos who you are saying are what I would tell you. I can mention companies I know run by Indians in Nigeria who are doing a lot of money laundering, a lot of bribery, a lot of fake, and because they will be wearing one shirt and trouser here, and they will be repatriating all those money that they are stealing from the company back to their country. So you won't know. It is when you go back to India and you see how large they are living, then you begin to wonder, is it not the same guy that we are earning the same salary in Nigeria that's even large like this in India? So that is why I disagree. I believe that there are lots of Nigerians who can do it, who will do it so well. If Dangote can do it, and Dangote is not an Indian man, forget about whether he employs Indians at the helm of affairs here and there. The buck still stops at his table. The vision is his. If he didn't get the vision right, if he likes, let him employ angels. He will mislead the angels to not make the thing see the light of the day. So I know
Benga, I strongly agree with you. Brilliant argument.
1 minute.
No, I agree with Benga. Brilliant argument. There are amazing Nigerians that are doing amazing work. I do not mean all Nigerians are bad. After all, I'm a good Nigerian and I'm not stealing any money. So yes, Benga, I totally agree with you. Yes.
All right, Doctor, any final thoughts on this?
Yeah, I just want to, it's good to be as patriotic and nationalistic as Benga sounds this morning. I don't know if Benga has read a book written by Richard Joseph, Prebenda Politics, The Rise and Fall of the Second Republic. I recommend he reads that book and reread it again. You see, the truth of the matter is, like I say to everybody, there's something that is culturally wrong with us. And until we have to rebrand that our head, and then, of course, a shift in culture, that people can begin to be as nationalistic as they can, we will not move anywhere. Look at just yesterday in BBC, and you saw that the General Manager News has resigned, not because she committed any crime, but because she felt that the people who were working under her had done something that was unethical against the doctrine of the speech of Donald Trump. And so now she has resigned, and she has walked away with integrity. How many Nigerians do you see that has that kind of confidence to walk away when things are not working. I think that's the point here. So when government appoints people and put them in position of power, all they do is sycophancy. They tell government what they want to hear. And of course, there's no other person who is going to whether validate or confirm whatever thing that it is. But government just want to survive, and therefore they have to agree to whatever thing that is being put out there. My point on this is simple. We have been on this road for too long. And if for over 30 years it's not working, there's no miracle that is going to work today. And successive generation of people have run down these projects. Not one person, not two persons, not from one culture, from different cultures. So if something is not working, then we put it away. I said to somebody last week, you see, the point we always argue is about this, what we call local content. Local content. Dubai is built by expatriates and is one of the most thriving economy in the world. So this over glorifying that until we have our local to do things for us, that's the only way we can make sense. For me, I think it's just being overly too nationalistic. But we must face the reality that there are a certain set of people who are making this country, who are taking so much to train their children abroad, and they don't want these things to work. The more that you try to make this thing work, the more that they will sabotage it. So why do we continue to move in that route? Is to look out for alternatives that can work for us better than staying on this lane that has not led us anywhere since independence.
All right, thank you very much.
Doctor, let us compare apples with apples. Dubai has a population of 1.2 million, and out of that 1.2 million, it's only 200,000 that are Dubai citizens. The remaining 1 million are outsiders. So if Dubai employs foreign nationals, it is understandable because they have a peculiarly different problem. Dubai just came up, in the 70s. And a lot of them were not involved in...
In 1970, when they had independence, they opened their doors for people to come in and do business. And what they have done is that create those zones where people can thrive. But what do you see? Even in our free trade zone in Nigeria, it's still governed by government officials, and they don't allow them to run as free trade zone because people want to take some rent from other people who are doing things very well. This is the problem we face. It's a people problem. And until we resolve the people problem, we'll be walking around the same cycle. That's the point I'm making. The whole of United Arab Emirates is about 10 million people. 1.5 is the Emiratis. Others are from nationalities because the doors are open for people to come and do business, contribute to the society. And then, of course, the society is growing on a daily basis. And if you even come to even the western part of this...
that they have no choice than to open the door because without people coming in, they can't thrive. They don't have the population to sustain themselves to thrive. Their own situation is understandable compared to a nation that indigenous people and nationals is up to about 150 to, if we say, and I'm sure foreigners are not even up to 80 million in Nigeria anyway. But let's even agree they're up to 80 million. We still have more than 150 million Nigerians. So our own peculiar case is different from the Emiratis.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen and lady. Gentlemen and lady, we still have other topics we need to discuss. I think we can all agree on this table, and of course, virtually that NNPC needs to be overhauled, it needs to be sold. It's just who the right person who would pilot the ship. That's what we are trying to solve. But let's move on to other stories. Now, electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, across Nigeria have installed 70,888 new meters in August 2025, according to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. Now, the figures were disclosed in NERC's latest metering fact sheet covering July and August 2025. Now, the report showed marginal progress in the closing Nigeria's long-standing metering gap, with the number of active electricity customers rising to 11.96 million in August, up from 11.89 million recorded in July, despite ongoing challenges. Now, the increase signals steady growth in customer coverage across the Nigerian electricity supply industry. NERC reiterated its commitment to improving transparency in the power sector through regular data reporting, while the pace of metering remains below expectations under the National Mass Metering Program. Stakeholders believe sustained efforts by DISCOs and regulatory oversight could accelerate access, reduce estimated billing, and strengthen the customer trust in the electricity supply chain. Swift, coming to you.
Yes.
I was once someone who waited almost a year to get a meter because the house I rented, I was promised. They even showed me the papers.
Story.
Proof that we have paid.
Yes.
Just once you move in,
now,
and
implementation
we did not get it
will
for
take
almost
forever.
a year.
Yes.
It was a whole lot. And during that time, we had outrageous billing.
Estimated
400,000 naira at a point. We had to protest. We had to go down there. So I understand this. But my question now is, why is this? Because I remember during former President, late Muhammad Buhari, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo ordered that all citizens should have a meter. This is how many years back?
Yes.
Until now, we are still below expectations. We're not even talking of stable power. We're not even talking of affordable electricity, just getting meters. What is the problem, the underlying problem, the root cause?
So I was saying it here the other day, and I was almost, I won't use the word sanctioned, that I was giving out too much information. When the minister came out to tell, the Minister of Power came out to say that, look, the reason why people are being under-metered is because they lack the professional hands. And I said, no, it's not because they lack professional hands. They must sort sabotage first. I talked about when President Goodluck Jonathan was president, when he had a vision that all houses should be metered. And the presidency subsidized meters, and they wanted to give out free meters. There was a video of one of the electrical service companies somewhere on the island where the meters were packed in a place where when rain falls, it was beating the meters. It was beating the meters. And so that people could continue going to do estimated billing and going from house to house. I had a friend of recent that was working with this particular disco, and they are not the disco. The disco has their own workers. They are a contractor to the disco. Their own job is to go into Ikorodu, because apparently there are a lot of places inside Ikorodu that are not metered. Because even to get to those roads, he said there are some places that the Okadas and Kekes don't even go. A Keke will stop you, and you will need to walk for at least 10 to 15 minutes
the power lines get
before you start reaching houses. Bam. Now, you see those places, they don't have meters. So they go there. All these people, they have their numbers, or they have old meters. So they go there and they do the whole post metering, and they have their POSs where they collect money from these people and they tender money. This particular person I was talking about, some days he says they make almost 2 million. We are talking of inside Ikorodu, collecting.
2 million from what?
From people. 2,000 naira here, 3,000 naira, your bill is 5,000. Your bill, if you have a shop, is 10,000. It's this, it's that. And this is a sublet to another company. Not the main company, no, this is a contract. So they share. Now, how do you expect that when the discos ask for data, also we need the data of these people so that we can now put real meters. These particular companies that you have sublet to are going to even let the discos work. This is where these particular companies are making their money from. So you see, when he was talking, I said, no, it's not that people are, understaffed. There is a system where certain people are making money off the fact that people's houses are not being metered. I was talking about when I was trying to get a meter and I'd stayed for 3 months and there was a backdoor way and all that. There are so many Nigerians that want to get meters. Of late, I would say Ikeja Electric has been putting up. If you want to get a meter and anybody has asked you for money, they put a number there. Okay. Just call this number. Tell us your location. Tell us the place. Give us the person's number. Because they realize that when people want to apply for meters, as soon as they chat it that, oh, we want to apply for meter, there is somebody at a back door who is telling them, oh, it's not going online. Don't worry, come here, pay this certain fee, and we'll get you a meter. And those are the reasons why the metering are being frustrated. Like I said before, do we need training in Nigeria? Yes, we need training. It's only normal, even teachers, every month, every 3 weeks, you should send your staff for training once a month. Normally, in a normal work environment, staff should be trained monthly. But why have we been having power issues? I go through the old newspapers, 1960-something, there will be power, we don't see. 1980s, it's so bad that children grow up, and one of their first words like, Atlepa! That's to tell you how shameful it is that we do not have electricity, because there are certain people who have sat down to sabotage. I remember years ago when I was living in Lekki, we realized that I was living in Agungi, there was a particular hotelier who had bought a transformer due to the help of some certain people. And so when the electricity is being scheduled, there's a way that the electricity is turned to him. So we noticed that we wouldn't have lights in Agungi, but his hotel and some certain houses around had light. So we went to protest. There was nothing being done. They were telling us to calm down. There was also a fuel station around there. Once it's on the 23rd, they take the light. So you will see queues there. 23rd, 24th, then they bring the light 1 minute to the 25th. So you have got to buy further. Oh, Christmas, I don't want problem. Now, I think, let's say March or April, they brought in a woman. She wasn't married, I remember. She was in her 40s. And she came and decided to revolutionize that place. We complained. And she went out, because she was an engineer, she found out that why is this particular house getting, or this particular meter that is not the state meter, or for the streets, getting certain privileges. And so she started giving us light. That was the first time in Agungi we had light 24/7. That woman didn't last 2 months. She was removed. They wrote a petition. They said over 100 people at the office signed the petition that she's overworking staff, she's rude, she's this. But all the people in that area, from Iguafa to Agungi, we could attest that we were getting light, because she now discovered that some of those fuel stations were paying certain people in the offices to take off our lights during festive periods so that we buy fuel. And there were so many things, but she was shut down. Why? Because this is the society we live in. And so now you're talking about, of course, they said, oh, she's not married now at her age. That's why she was fighting everybody and all that. The society we live in is a society that when people are standing against the norm, people fight them. So like I said, Ikeja Electric is now putting that up. If other discos start to put that up, you have a team, a PR team that is going from house to house. Good morning, why are you not metered? Oh, we applied. How much is it? You have a plan where people can pay 50,000 every month, and you put the meter. You would find out that more people would apply for these meters, more people will get the meters. But once it's business as usual, and just go to the site, and the federal government is ready to give you, why don't you want to? You would continue. If the federal government faces out estimated billing, that's no matter who you are, you cannot get an estimated bill. You have between 3 weeks to get a bill. No electrical company is allowed to collect estimated billing. You will find out that within a month, every house will be metered.
Coming to you, Benga, this is quite a whole lot. We still have old meters, because I remembered in my house, one of my neighbor's meter stopped working, and he found out it was an old meter, so he had to even upgrade to a new meter. This whole metering problem, is it that there is lack or shortage of meters? Can we get local or foreign investors to produce it locally or import it? What can be done to fill in this gap?
Minga, you there?
Local production is not the problem, because I know about 4 metering companies that I'm very close with, and I know. Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Benga.
Hello?
We can hear you, Benga. We can hear you clearly.
So I'm saying I know about 3 to 4 metering companies, because one of the companies that I worked with in the past has a metering side of the company, and that metering side of the company deals in producing meters. So I know from that we have production capacity to meet up with the need of the country. What we do not have is the what do I call it? Nationalism, patriotism of the Nigerians in charge, and that is all that SOUQ had explained, earlier on about nationalism. It is the nationalism that is the problem. It is not the manpower, because if it were to be the manpower, we have the production. Now, the manpower can only be a problem if you look at it from the angle of those who will now fix the meters in the houses, So those who will fix the meters in the houses, that is the only area where you say, oh, we have manpower challenge, and then the Minister for Power has come to talk about it, that they are trying to build better capacity in that area to ensure that challenge is met. But in terms of production, we have production capacity to take care of our needs as a nation in terms of metering.
All right, thank you very much, Benga. Doctor, coming to you, what's your thought on this whole metering shortage? What is the lasting solution to this?
I think Benga has just hit the nail at the head. As a nation, we have just one simple problem, and the problem is the fact that a lot of us, and majority of us at that matter, don't really believe in the state, and I think that's a big problem. And so, because we're all individualistic, everybody is in competition with itself. How many of your children are able to go to Ivy League universities, and you have to pay through your nose, even when your salary cannot carry it? And then you are looking for means and ways to be able to live that extravagant lifestyle. It's a bigger problem as a nation. Now, starting from when, of course, Obasanjo started with the idea of privatizing the electricity. Recently, we had, I think it was in 2019, when the debate was on, an article said one of his regrets was that they sunk in about $6 billion US, and the thing did not see the light of the day. And up till now, we cannot even ask, where are those monies? Just yesterday in Paris, Sarkozy had to spend 3 weeks in prison out of a 5-year term for attempting to take money from Libya to contest election. So when we talk about national issues, we must look at it from the point of view of the fact that we're not too much a serious people. Has anybody come out to ask Obasanjo how that 6 billion was spent and who took what? Nobody has asked. When Jonathan privatized the disco, he sold it to political associates. They even borrowed them state money to buy NEPA. With all the infrastructure that NEPA had, what happened? They sold off all that asset now as we speak. They have not invested one single more money into that asset to build new thing, whether it is building transformer, whether it is supplying meter. And when Buhari came, Fashola was given that office. And he came out with a public policy that, look, if your house is not metered, don't pay electricity bill. We didn't see the light of it. Why is all this happening? Because those who have taken over this school, they don't have capacity, but they are so connected with the powers that be because they are all governments in power. And therefore, they continue to hold everybody hostage. Even where you are giving meter, there's still a problem. In the building where you are right now, there's a whole lot of challenge. They installed the meter there in July, and they came back in September to say that the meter was not reading well. They didn't see any proof of somebody tampering with the meter, and they came back and said that for that period of July to September, that there was about 22 million that was consumed.
Wonderful.
and that is eco electricity distribution. And then you go there and then they are negotiating. That is the environment we live.
Yes.
Because people are making cheap money and the system is backing it up because we have to continue to service our political patronage. This is a problem that Nigerian has. Politics, as Professor Claude Ake has said, God bless his soul, that the thing that is underdeveloping Nigeria is politics. And when we take politics out of our problem and then we have to look at economic theories to solve the problem, then we will not have a problem at all. Until that is done, we will remain in this circle. And that is why, because many of us are not patriotic, we are not nationalistic, we don't even believe in the vision called Nigeria, and therefore we are only exploiting it for our private goods.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. So furthermore, do you think better metering will impact energy efficiency in Nigeria? Because that's where we are heading.
Yeah, that is what the opacity is in the metering. Because the generation companies are claiming bogus figures. The transmission people are claiming bogus figure. So if you have proper meter, you will have proper data. How much energy that is consumed as against what people are claiming that they are producing or not generating. So this is the issue. It is a collusion of the elite to defraud the society. So what I'm saying is that the idea that they decide not to meter is because you have to continue to live in that darkness. Because Nigeria is afraid of data. As we speak, we don't know the size of our population. People say it's 120 million, 220 million. Some people say 216 million. We don't even know how many we are. Because some people are profiting from this chaos. And that's the point I'm making. So if you want to be efficient, then of course you have to meter properly. Then you know what is consumed on a daily basis. And then of course you can say, okay, this is what this co is taking, this is how much is distributed, and then of course on the basis of that, you can actually plan. But what we are doing right now is to create a chaos so that we cannot plan. And then those who are benefiting will continue to benefit.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Finally, to you, Swift. We are generating between 3,000 to 5,000 megawatts, which we should even be generating double
Way
of that.
more
But
than
where is it to distribute? That's one of the problems we're talking about. Then we have the issue of the band metering, band A, band B, band this, band that. A particular state in the East said they were going to reduce electricity tariff. The DISCO said no.
We saw how DISCOs all over Nigeria came out to fight.
You know, it's a whole lot. So I think that if we are able to get efficient metering, but it also requires data, like Doctor said, like you said, we need data.
We need data.
The total figure of those who are unmetered.
Yes.
Then once we have that figure, we can now say, okay, this is the amount of people that are unmetered. How do we get meters across to them? I like the suggestion that was made in the former administration that if you don't get metered, do not pay light. But can we really enforce that?
No, it wasn't it, because people started, the metering company started taking police around, and they said they said it at that time. And in fact, I think he even had to show his words back.
And it's amazing how these discos will move swiftly, especially if you're on postpaid and you do not pay. It's amazing how they will come and they will disconnect you.
They know
swiftly.
everybody. They have these conversations. They are with you. Like,
so if they have that, how is it so hard to get these people metered? If you can actually go to the neighborhood and disconnect a whole community, a whole street from the national grid and all that.
That's what I'm saying.
Why is it so hard? It speaks a whole lot
selfish
of patriotism.
Certain people are getting certain money. So if you know every day you make 10,000, you make 20,000, it looks small. 10,000 per day is 300,000 naira. So if you are making 300, you see some of them even work on Sundays. If you are making 300,000 naira apart from your salary, you are not poor. So as we are, if we see where we can be making 300,000 naira in a month without too much kati-kati, You are not. And when they catch you for bypass too, that's another negotiation. They start to negotiate for 100,000. By the time you beat it down with a lot of I beg, 50,000, 20, because I had seen somebody in my area, they caught her for bypass. You know, she had a house, and if you see begging, the whole street had to come and beg. And I said, why is everybody gathering in the house? They say, I want buy my money. Mama, she bypass. I say, this old woman is there. She's doing bypass. The whole street, by the time they were done with the negotiation, somebody was saying in my ears that if she will not pay money, she will pay 50,000. And I just shook my head because this is what they live for. Normally, if she's caught for bypass, there's supposed to be a small court. You're supposed to be sent to that court. Okay. You pay the money so it goes directly into the discourse pocket. Yes. But you see these people that move around, that's their daily bread. That's their bread and tea. So they are so into that bypass to catch you that, who is doing bypass? Because they know that so by the time the rest of the woman paid 50, which I don't know, and there are 6 people in the vehicle. You share 50,000 times 6 people, and you find 5 other houses. How do you think the metering is going to work? So imagine if there's not a law. You do bypass, they catch you, they share the money, report it to the police. They are jailed for a certain amount of time, and they work for the federal government for free for 2 months. And you are kept, they bring you out in the morning, go and meet her. You come back, they feed you, and you stay there. You will notice that the metering will work. It's just Africans, it's the same way they're driving nonsense in the middle of express and soldier comes. And suddenly you just see everybody starts going back to Tutu later. You're like, so you all had sense before. That's how Nigeria works. If we want this to work, the Senate needs to meet. They need to recreate the electricity bill. They need to have strict rules, not for people. The problem is the rules are for people, for staff, for the metering companies. So if you are caught, this is the penalty. If you're an area that is allocated to you, people do not have meters, this is the penalty to you. You will notice that people will sit up.
All right, the conversation is getting more intense, and we have dissected a whole lot of issues here. Quite insightful. It's just for you to form your opinion based on the business, the trade, the market, the development, and every other thing going on in the economy and Africa as a whole. We're due for a break. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we continue. It's SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't go nowhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
NERC said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board composition.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. The conversation is getting more interesting. Don't forget, comment, like, and share. Let's quickly move on to our next story. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, Port Harcourt Area 1 Command achieved a historic revenue milestone in October 2025, collecting 33.75 billion naira, the highest monthly figure in its history. This represents a remarkable 272% increase compared to the 9.07 billion naira recorded in October 2024. Comptroller Salamat Atuluku, in a statement on Sunday, attributed the record-breaking performance to teamwork, operational discipline, and strategic innovations within the command. Now, she emphasized that the achievement reflects enhanced compliance and efficient revenue collection mechanisms at the port. Cumulatively, the command generated 247.46 billion naira between January and October, marking a 51% increase year-on-year from the 164.08 billion naira collected over the same period in 2024. Atuluku reaffirmed the command's commitment to supporting the federal government's fiscal goals through improved trade facilitation and enforcement, while calling on stakeholders to continue cooperating with customs for sustained progress. I like the end of that story. They're calling on stakeholders to continue to make us proud. But this is quite historic, like the report said.
Yes.
Ever since inception, this is their highest. How can we see this replicate in other area commands? This is just coming from Port Harcourt alone. So it's a whole lot.
Like I said, the last time Bega and I were talking about the customs, we said the way it's looking now, you will start seeing a lot of competition, which is key. So Lagos would announce, Port Harcourt would announce, the ones in the east will announce, so it's, let's see what you can raise from your own state. Let's see what you can do. But I was in the market some days ago, and I got a report about the customs that hit me. Somebody claimed that fabric that she used to import and clear for 2 million is now being cleared for 20 million.
Wonderful.
And so I wanted to buy these lumberjack materials for like a school uniform because I style at the side. They wanted to do this Christmas rehearsal, so I wanted to sew this red lumberjack for children and in church. And then the fabric that used to cost 1,000 something was costing 2,900 per yard. And so I was very upset, and I was like, you people, the government is doing this. And then she explained that she was like, let me even show you the messages. That was when I discovered the lady also read mass communication, but she sells in the market because she was working in some station that wasn't paying, and then her mom owned the fabric business. So we had a very good conversation. What am I trying to say? I'm excited that the customs is doing good figures, but this information hits me. The federal government needs to go back. Let us not make life too difficult for the regular man because the customs is trying to do big figures. Are the figures good? Yes. But let's not push up things. Also, what is the federal government doing? Because we started to have this conversation. Back in the day, in that same Oshodi, MK Obiola had a plaza, and we had a fabric. He had like a fabric making manufacturing company in that same Oshodi where he was making textiles. We had textile companies all over Nigeria. Right now we are importing fabric from China.
Yes.
What is happening? The federal government needs to be very key. So many of these things that are going up, I like the fact that, okay, yes, there should be import, taxes on certain things. But for things like fabric, because we must sew children's uniform, these are uniform materials. We must sew cloth for Christmas. We can't keep buying ready-made. So the federal government needs to be very sympathetic towards us. And of course, if you open a fabric manufacturing company, how can we be importing Ankara from China? For crying, Ankara is our thing. How can we be importing Ankara from China? And the Ankara in China is cheaper than the one that we are running in Nigeria. It does not make any sense. So I'm sorry to digress. I'm happy about this customs, but the federal government also needs to go back to their table and find out that there are some certain products that are necessary. So, for example, the federal government has literally reduced tax importation on anything medical, but I'm not seeing medication going down. So I'm serious, it's not just bringing out these rules. The federal government also has to go back to the back end. I don't know how they are going to do it and ensure that if there's a 1% income duty on malaria drugs, and malaria drugs was being sold for 20,000 naira when there was a 10%, it means that the malaria drugs should come down to as much as 5,000, if not less. So the federal government needs, because implementation, that's what I always say, we have good rules, but implementation, and I like the fact that customs, like I said, is bringing out, but we also need to be careful so that you are not strangling Nigerians in the neck, because at the end, if we cannot see this in the average man's life, they will say that the government is a failure. And we do not want to fail as a nation. So we need to be very emotional and very sentimental to the day-to-day running business of the average man and make sure that whatever customs is doing, it comes. But kudos to the customs. I celebrate them.
All right, coming to you, Benga, just like Swift expressed, this is a very good milestone, 272% increase. But how would custom balance trade facilitation, like Swift expressed, trade facilitation with meeting revenue targets?
Well, the first thing is that there should not be any revenue target for customs, because when you are putting revenue targets, and that is what it seems like, Lagos Custom, which other, I think Calabar, then now, Port Harcourt, all of them are reporting the figures and the increment they are making. And that makes it seem to us like there is a competition, or a threat that if you don't meet this marginal point, the head of the maybe station will be removed and somebody else is brought in to replace that person. And that is why you will see all of them are parroting the same line: operational efficiency, improved technology, and blah, blah, blah. All those things were always there. But there seems to be an intense pressure on them right now more than before to be able to generate a certain amount of money. And that is why they are all making these announcements now. And that does not go hand in hand with trade facilitation. It barely, hardly ever go hand in hand with trade facilitation. But even at that, if there is proper monitoring from the Oga at the top, because yes, while it is hard, it doesn't mean it is impossible, So if there is proper monitoring from the Ministry of Interior to ensure that.
Benga, are you there? All right, so coming to you, Doctor, let's get your own thoughts on this whole thing. How do we balance trade facilitation? Because it seems as if we're all just going after target, trying to hit a target. Are we getting it right?
Well, I think we are making substantial progress. I must admit that. We have been hemorrhaging for too long in terms of loss of resource and revenue. I am happy that government is moving swiftly to see how we can actually digitize revenue collection, because the duty of custom is not actually to collect revenue. And I think that has to be sorted out. And Gbenga was already alluding to that fact before his network went off. when the Nigerian Revenue Service take effect next year, and I think we're going to get better results, because the bigger problem, if you compare with what other African nations are doing, is the fact that there is still so much inefficiency within the collection system. And of course, this cannot be divorced from the fact that there are a lot of interest, a lot of stakeholders within that operating environment that is making government not to get as much as it should get. But I think that things are getting better. The Ministry of Finance is doing excellently well in terms of optimize collection process. And I think that needs to be done further strengthening. All these issues can be conquered by technology. And that is why a lot of us are resistant to technology. We need a situation where, for example, the president can sit down in his SOUQ office, and on the dashboard, he is able to see how many containers came into the country, how many vessels bettered, and how many are cleared, and what are the kind of goods that are brought in. Are there compliance issues? He must be able to see that from the comfort of his office. And that is where technology is. So these leakages that we see over the years in terms of revenue optimization, we will be able to actually get out of it. So far, so good, but I think this is the last tranche of Nigerian customs having to declare revenue. Then from next year, 2026, if the new tax regime take effect, the National Revenue Service will be the collecting center, and then, of course, we'll have aggregate from what everybody is taking all through the ports in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Idahosa. So let's go back to Gbenga. Gbenga, let's have you conclude your thoughts, final thoughts.
So I believe that with proper monitoring from the Interior Ministry, we can generate revenue and at the same time facilitate trade. But the most important thing to generate the bigger revenue on the long run is proper trade facilitation. When people know that they don't need to spend on Lagos ports alone, they can easily come in and do their role in Port Harcourt, in Warri, and any other ports and get their job done pretty fast, and then they can move on. That will, so instead of generating 500 naira, you can generate 10, maybe 100 naira. And if you generate 100 naira, that is 1,000 naira. So, and the same time it takes to generate that 100 naira, it's the same time it takes to generate 500 naira if you have pegged it at 500 naira. And so that is why trade facilitation is very important, because by the time you add the turnover together, you will see that you will generate more money at the end of the day into the coffers if trade are properly facilitated, and the traders can trust your port to be able to come there and get their job done. But on the overall, you can say they are doing well, and like Dr. Idahosa has said, from next year, the Nigerian Revenue Service will be in charge of all of these things in terms of clearing income made. But in terms of collection, it will still be the custom collecting on behalf of the NRS, and then, but the leakages will be reduced because I see technologies that have been put in place, actions and documentations and law that are in place to ensure swift and, of course, ease of processes between all the organizations that are involved.
All right, thank you very much, Gbenga. Swift, let's have your final thought also.
Same. Let's see how this, because it's 50-50 for me. It's a dangling pendulum. And let's see how this goes.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Gbenga Ayonuga, thank you, Dr. Idahosa Osamanzi. Beautiful conversation. We had a whole lot more stories, but time will not permit. This is where we would stop for today. Thank you very much for joining us on SOUQ Business Landscape.
It was nice sharing the stage with Gbenga. Thank you so very much for those insights.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yes.
Swift. It's been a quite interesting one. And,
no, I expected there to be fireworks. We had doctor on the right-hand side and going on the left-hand side. Definitely.
Say that. But it's quite interesting, and I like that Nigeria is actually moving forward. You cannot but want to jump on the bandwagon of positivity, patriotism. This is where we are moving. We are moving to a $1 trillion economy. That's the project.
Is that tenable?
Yes.
It's already in view. In fact, people are saying the Tinubu government should have aimed higher. If they knew it was going to be this effective, we should have aimed higher. And I think by next year, Tinubu would increase it maybe to 10 trillion because it is possible, it's doable, it's achievable, it's accomplishable. We have so many brilliant Nigerian mines, factories, mining. If everything is just working a bit, there will be no limitations.
All right, this is where we draw the curtains on SOUQ Business Landscape. Thank you for staying with us. Don't forget to comment, like, and share. The conversation does not stop here. Let's take it over to our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shukoya. Be a good patriot.
Like Winston Churchill would say, do not ask the government what it will do for you. Ask yourself what you can do for the government. Keep building yourself daily. My name is Swift Aderito, and have a beautiful, beautiful day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, She was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deep Water Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deep Waters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deep Waters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through FAMFA Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State, in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of BAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
The core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other developmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story that shapes Africa's soul. Central African Republic, otherwise known as CAR, is the heart of the continent, a land rich in natural wealth, yet often misunderstood. Bounded by 6 neighbors and situated in the very center of Africa, the Central African Republic is landlocked, but far from landlocked in spirit. It is a country of vast green savannas, dense tropical forest, rich wildlife, and river systems that feed both its land and identity. From the Ubangi River in the south to the fringes of the Saharan zone in the north, The CAR holds some of the continent's most ecologically vital and untouched terrain. But beyond the land lies the story of its people, diverse, resilient, and culturally vibrant. The Central African Republic is home to more than 80 ethnic groups, including the Baya, Banda, Mangia, and Sara, each with its own language, dance, craftsmanship, and oral traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Despite a history marked by conflict and political fragility, the spirit of community and cultural pride runs deep. At the heart of CAR's economy is natural wealth. Gold, diamonds, timber, and uranium lie beneath its soil. However, the paradox of abundance is real. These riches have not always translated into broad-based development. Yet, across towns like Bangui, Bosangoa, and Braya, local farmers, traders, and artisans continue to drive informal economies, even as international organizations work alongside the government to rebuild systems and structures. Hope also beats through the arts. CAR's vibrant music and storytelling traditions are rich with wisdom and resistance. From traditional percussion ensembles to modern gospel and Afrobeat, Central Africans use rhythm and voice not only to entertain, but to educate, heal, and unify. The Sanga Trinational Forest, a UNESCO World Heritage Site shared with Congo and Cameroon, is one of the last strongholds of forest elephants and lowland gorillas, a reminder of CAR's role in Africa's environmental balance. Conservation efforts led by local communities are emerging as models for inclusive sustainability. Of course, the Central African Republic still wrestles with serious challenges, including instability, infrastructure gaps, and displaced communities. But across these trials, a quiet resurgence is unfolding. Investments in education, local peace building, women's cooperatives, and agro-processing industries are gradually reshaping narratives from one of crisis to one of courage and capacity. To know the Central African Republic is to understand that even in the most tested territories, Africa's heart continues to beat, strong, steady, and full of promise. This is the uniqueness of Africa. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, it's all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military have not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the Alif, Ba, Ta, Sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school, they stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are now to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumekos, we had the Bazunus in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick. And they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-granddaughter. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. JD7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept my resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from BIC that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like SOUQ and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers there. When the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know? It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and It's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikenaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju-Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, making it engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
I'm a solar engineer, and I've been into it for the past 8 years. And how I got into it is in brief. Back then, that was 2018. Yeah, being passionate about laying my hands on solution rendering works to help the mass in our country. I tried to dive into renewable energy training, whereby I learned under my boss, AKNG, then in Oyo State. And before the course of the training, which was brief, the IT period was 6 months. So I was able to learn the basic side of electronics. And before then, I was able to come up with building an inverter, automatic changeover, NEPA and alarm, all those basic assemblies, electronics. If you want to go into a solar renewable energy business, the first thing you need is knowledge. You enroll for a training. So enrollment for a training is quite a prerequisite in this job, because if you are not having the knowledge, you don't know the job, there's no how you can implement it or be an engineer in the field. It's not about theoretical knowledge. The knowledge I'm talking about is field practice as well. So if you are good, you have been taught the theoretical aspect of it, and you will be taken to field, like for physical work, installations, the panel, the batteries and the like. So if you can do that, if a trainee can successfully do that for a period of a year, I'm actually confident that the person should be able to lay hands on some projects. Capital-wise, one thing that I tell people often is this: in this state of country that we are, I won't actually encourage people starting. You start from scratch, but I'm not talking about that real scratch, because if you are starting a business, it's not you don't wake up to have an idea, to become a reality. I believe that if you have an idea for a period of 2-3 years, you should, within that period, source at least a reasonable amount of capital that will make you start on an average level to start a solar inverter business, right? Yeah, all you need majorly, you've been trained, you have your certification. Now you learn the entrepreneur side of it. It's not about the training alone. The entrepreneur side of the training is a separate one. Yeah, you may have the knowledge and still be in depth. Like if you venture into this business and you don't have the entrepreneur knowledge of it, you will actually go in a bankrupt. And one secret behind our business is that you can't have it all and you can't do it all. Yeah, you can't do it all because you need people around you, a team. Yeah, team. You work with a team, and then the team will share the success of the works. Okay, what you gain is one. The proud gain is energy independence. Energy independence. Everybody in this part of the world, like we are aiming towards energy independence. Where I stayed in Oyo State, I believe in the past 1 year. If I've experienced blackout, I'm not really sure, because I use a solar inverter that lasts me 24/7. That's what I use, and whether it rains or it's sunny, I will hold my fan till the next morning. There's no how. That's my problem. I'm used to that. So I think energy. It's not thinking. It's energy dependence is a goal. Energy dependent. Cost effectiveness. Now, for maybe a company or a private person, if you are trying to pitch a solar alternative source to them, we need to understand the importance of what you are pitching to them. And people are actually analytical. Yeah, you analyze it. You analyze it to them. Okay, if you be going on fuel or gen, let's say now this amount of money is what you use per year. But if you are opting in for a solar system, this is what you'll be able to save. There's no critical thinker that will not be able to separate the difference and won't be willing to go for the best option.
As the world navigates constant change and competing voices, the call for purposeful leadership rings louder. The Scalable Leadership Summit 2025, hosted on the Leadership Channel Consulting platform, wasn't just another conference. It was a clarion call to leaders, seasoned and emerging, to abandon short-lived titles and build the kind of leadership that endures storms, spans generations, and reshapes nations. In a compelling convergence of Africa's top-level thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and organizational trailblazers, the summit issued a bold call for enduring, values-driven leadership. Under the theme, Lead Beyond Limits, Build What Lasts, the convener, Wale Adekola, emphasized that this event is not for applause. It was engineered for lasting impact.
We're talking about leaders who are going to represent leadership, who are going to become leadership ambassadors. And that is why we are launching Scalable Niger today. So Scalable Niger for us is not just a slogan. It's something that we want to see happening in every community in Nigeria, because today every participant is going to go home with three powerful frameworks. And for these frameworks, we have the first one is the Scalable Leadership Framework. The second one is ADAPT. ADAPT model is a sustainable change system that it can use to transform any system within the organization, of course, and across institutions in Nigeria, of course, and across Africa. So these are proven and tested frameworks that we have studied, we have applied, for the past 10 years. And now we want to see all these frameworks applied in Nigerian institutions and, of course, organizations.
The summit delivered a rich blend of keynote insights and fire chat dialogues, featuring voices like Adeyemi Olayiwole, Niyi Adesanya, Tara Fela Durotoye, Honorable Adewumi Adeyemi, Professor Abraham Oshinobi, and Dr. Smith Bam, among others. The experience was further deepened by stirring spoken words, performances, and inspirational music, not merely to share leadership principles, but to ignite a deeper commitment to legacy-driven leadership in a world that is constantly evolving. Kicking off the summit was leadership strategist and keynote speaker Odeyemi Olayiwole, who emphasized the power of learning from experience. His message challenged attendees to go beyond information and seek transformation through mentorship, experience sharing, and tested wisdom.
The cheapest way to succeed in
anything is to learn from someone who has succeeded in that thing. Not someone that knows about the thing alone, but someone who has been able to acquire the information and translate it to application and have results to show. And so that's why many years, in 1996, when I knew that my assignment was in the leadership space, one of the first questions I asked is, who is doing what I want to do? And who is the best at what I do? Every year I pick 3 case studies: a country, a company, and a corporate leader, every single year. And I dissect them to find out what is the secret, because success leaves clues. The secret of men are in their stories. So one of the cheapest ways to succeed at anything is to find out who has succeeded at what I want to start.
Renowned beauty entrepreneur Tara Fela-Durotoye, in her keynote session and during a fire chat with a convener, shared lessons from her leadership journey in building the House of Tara brand, from humble beginnings to a systemized enterprise. She spoke on navigating growth, people development, and succession planning.
What is it that I do that delivers the same outcome? What is it that makes my customers buy every time? Write it down, because you have now found a framework. Then you amplify and multiply that framework, so that every time you meet a House of Tara person, there is something about them that reminds you of the person you met in Lekki. Why? Because we have created a culture. The policies are designed to protect you, not just the company. If you don't remember anything else that I said and you are an employee here, pull the policies and embrace them in your chest. Know them by heart. If anybody says anything, you just ask, what does the policy say? And all founders, if you don't have policies, what you are basically saying is that you're allowing your people to do anything.
From academia, Professor Oshinobi of Lagos Business School brought a compelling perspective on national transformation governance, innovation, and faith-based leadership.
The Nigerian paradox: we are rich in resources, yet poor in trust. True of us, bursting with talent, yet starved of opportunity. A land of faith, yet a desert. Governance is the structural foundation that enables accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. But the crisis is this: 83% of Nigerians is strong public institution. True or true? That is the basis of our problem in this country. Trust deficits.
The summit was not all talk. It was also artfully immersive, as Esosia Wilson rendered soul-lifting inspirational songs, creating moments of reflection between sessions. In an interview with SOUQ News TV, the convener emphasized the summit's depth, that it is a leadership movement committed to shaping a new breed of leaders. Participants shared their reflections, describing the summit as a catalytic experience that confronted, challenged, and compelled.
Leadership is not just a day thing, it's a daily thing. We want them to recognize 3 types of patterns. So we have encouraged them to study pattern. Number 1, pattern recognition. Number 2, pattern usage, how they can use the pattern that they're going to learn today. And number 3 is pattern creation. How can they create new patterns that they can apply in their own organization, something that is unique for them from the patterns they've recognized that they can use and also apply in their organization through wisdom.
Some people just wish to scale, but you need to be able to have a system that enables you to scale. So that's basically what I think the frameworks would do. And then from each of the speakers, so they are all coming from different, some are from the academia, the business world, which I believe that convergence will actually help to give a better knowledge and sensitization about what true scalability in business and in leadership basically is.
The second session talked about the need for leaders to appreciate their team members, and it was quite emotional when we saw 2 or 3 people shed tears of joy when they got messages from their team leaders. So for us as team leaders, we need to be very deliberate. And even the case study we did, Deep Sea, it talks about the need for us to be very deliberate. We need to know our team members. We need to know what's happening with them, and we need to leverage their strengths.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. If the leader gets it right, it trickles down to those at the middle level, at the lower level. So it's important to get it right from the root so that the fruits are good. I do a lot of case studies. So you study what has worked, what has not worked. And through my research, preparing for this summit, I discovered that we're talking about starting, scaling, and sustaining businesses. So let's study systems that have worked for up to 1,000 years and more. And I found out that they are driven around community, which is people. Everything should be about people. Listen to them, love them, then you can lead them more effectively. And when people's hearts are touched, they work better with their hands, with their head, and with their feet.
Because I work with people, I understand how powerful people can be, and the biggest asset any organization has is not infrastructure, it's its people. And if you understand that your people are your assets, you will invest in your people. But if you don't understand it, if you don't share that philosophy, you're going to abuse your people, you're going to misuse your people. So for me, it's something I've been living for 20 years, and so it's just natural.
You need to love the people you want to lead by having what we call the emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Both go hand in hand, and you need them for leadership. And lastly, for leadership is also about listening. For you to influence one, you need to listen to your environment in order to act accordingly.
We have looked at how to scale our leadership potential, and also sustain it. It's not enough to just start, but we will start, we will scale, and then we'll sustain it. It's something that should be a legacy, something that should live beyond us. Right now, we are talking about impact, the impact that the structures and the systems that we are putting in place will have on our society, on our community. So leadership is beyond just us. It's about impact, it's about sustainability, and it's about the value that we are creating for our society.
To a large extent, I try to tell people that you can be anything you want to be, because you've been placed here to lead, you've been placed here to be at the forefront. And for you to be at the forefront, that means you need to understand what leadership means. And that's the message I pass out. I see myself being able to influence the world with my music, and also show people that they have the ability to believe they can be anything they want to be.
My workers are waiting patiently to see me coming, because I have a lot to impact on them about the personal growth, the business growth, and everything as well. Everybody needs this, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You don't need to miss out this kind of program. You need to connect. No matter the money you spend here, it's worth it.
With resounding voices across academia, enterprise, ministry, and the creative arts, the message was unified. Leadership that scales must be intentional, people-focused, and purpose-driven. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector-driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly. Yeah, intellectual property. The U.S., if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos, with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers, and then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 30. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said, today a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the Millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out-migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Now let's begin. The federal government has launched an investigation into alleged diversion of Nigeria's Frontier Exploration Fund, managed by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Minister of State for Petroleum and Resources, Heineke Lokpobere, disclosed this at the 43rd Annual International Conference of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists in Lagos, warning that those responsible for mismanaging the fund will be held accountable. Lokpobere explained that the fund created under the Petroleum Industry Act to finance oil exploration in frontier basins such as Chad, Sokoto, Anambra, and Benue had been used for purposes unrelated to its mandate. He stressed that such misuse threatened Nigeria's energy security and efforts to grow its oil reserves, noting that many discoveries were made decades ago with limited exploration. Since then, the minister vowed to redirect the fund towards genuine exploration projects and warned that oil licenses held by inactive firms would no longer be renewed. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to fostering transparency, promoting new investment, and supporting data-driven exploration to sustain production and revenue growth in the sector. The federal government and Edo State have formed a joint team to transform the state's livestock sector into a regional hub for red meat, poultry, piggery, goat, and cattle production. Minister of Livestock Development, Mr. Idi Mema, announced the initiative during a meeting with the Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Morijan Ikpomowosa, in Abuja. Mema stated that the collaboration will strengthen local production, improve processing capacity, and create a sustainable livestock economy capable of serving both regional and export market. He added that the federal government will provide technical and infrastructural support to enhance efficiency across a livestock value chain. The minister also pledged federal assistance for the rehabilitation of the state's cattle ranches in Igara and Ubuaja as part of a broader effort to modernize animal farming and reduce dependence on import. The project is expected to commence fully in the first quarter of 2026. The House of Representatives has reaffirmed its commitment to modernizing public service delivery to a proposed National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. The bill currently under review seeks to establish a legal framework for Nigeria's digital economy, focusing on electronic transactions, data protection, cybersecurity, and digital infrastructure to enhance transparency, efficiency, and citizen engagement. Speaker Abbas Tajuddin, represented by a member of the House of Representatives, SOUQ Abiodun Akinlade, emphasized that the legislation would redefine governance to be more citizen-centered. At the same time, Senator Shuaib Salisu described it as first of its kind in Africa. The Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, has shown that President President Bola Tinubu signed the bill once passed, highlighting strong executive support. Member of the House of Representatives Adedeji Olajide praised stakeholder collaborations, noting that the input of civil society and digital experts aligned with global standards. Now, agencies such as NITDA, NIMC, NCC, and Galaxy Backbone were recognized for their roles in shaping the bill, which aims to drive Nigeria towards inclusive and technology-driven governance system. Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, has introduced new regulations detailing when temporary residence documents, including visitor visas, study and work permits, and electronic travel authorization, can be cancelled. The updated Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations now provide clear legal grounds for revocation, replacing previous discretionary practice. Officers can now cancel documents issued in error or when holders no longer meet eligibility, admissibility, or compliance requirements. Under the new framework, visitor visas may be revoked for administrative errors, loss of eligibility, or inadmissibility. At the same time, study and work permits can be cancelled if linked to institutions where employers lose compliance status. Automatic cancellation will also apply when holders become permanent residents or pass away. The rules are designed to improve fairness, predictability, and transparency in immigration decision-making. IRCC said the reforms aligned with Canada's system with international best practices, ensuring legal clarity and stronger compliance oversight. The move forms part of a broader modernization drive to improve data sharing, prevent overstays, and enhance the integrity of Canada's temporary immigration system. The United Kingdom unemployment rate rose to 5% in 3 months through September, its highest level since early 2021, according to the Office for National Statistics. The increase, up from 4.8% in previous month, exceeded economists' expectations of 4.9%, signaling cooling labor market as economic growth slows. Tax-based data also showed that payroll employment declined by 32,000 in October, matching a downwardly revised fall recorded in September. Now, the figures suggest weakening business confidence and job creation amid tighter financial conditions and persistent inflationary pressures. The unexpected rise in joblessness has strengthened market bets that the Bank of England may cut interest rates as early as next month to support the economy. Analysts say the central bank faces growing pressures to balance its inflation-fighting stance with the need to prevent a deeper labor market downturn. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. Get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah, I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6,
Think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, they sharing love together now. I can see new heaven and new earth, oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see it. Brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, FSHEQ expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, FSHEQ celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek FSHEQ delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek FSHEQ as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello and welcome to another interesting episode of Just Africa, the show where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. This episode of Just Africa examines the momentum building at COP30 in Belém, Brazil, where global leaders, civil society and activists are debating how to accelerate climate action and ensure equity for developing nations. The United Nations Climate Change Executive Secretary Simon Still opened the conference with a call for countries to deepen emissions, cuts, strengthen climate resilience, and of course turn pledges into concrete actions. Of course, today we also have a very, very interesting guest who is live there in Brazil, who will be giving us updates and of course answer questions surrounding the activities there as well. But of course, I'm not doing today's show alone. I've got a very, very delectable Omobola Sandra sitting with me because we're going to have this diverse conversation together. Omobola Sandra, I know everybody will be talking about climate change, climate change, climate change. I mean, if you share your thoughts, I know it will lead us into today's conversation. I mean, I do.
Is it really? Is it really though? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to have this conversation. Off the books, a lot of people believe that Nigeria or Africa generally shouldn't, shouldn't be a part of COP at all, because the climate conversation and all of that, does it really relate, or can we really relate to it, or is it important to us as a people, especially judging by our climate? But a lot of people need to understand that, Nigeria, we also have heat waves, we have flood, and there are situations that, we also need to have certain collaboration, because collaboration is very, very important when you're trying to solve a global problem.
Yes.
And that's why it's very essential, it's very important that Nigeria is a part of
This
COP.
conversation.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And of course, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, is already there, pushing for financing, pushing for more collaboration,
Yes.
more collaborative efforts from different regions, different countries, different organizations, because we all need to do this together.
And of course, in today's episode, in this concept, we've got Olamide Martin Sogunlade, who will join us. He's CAPA's Associate Director for Climate and Environment. He will join us today from the venue, of course, to help us unpack Nigeria and the Global South's negotiating priorities in the conversation. Hello and welcome, Mr. Olamide.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Apologies, I know it's morning over there. I didn't even check the time zone initially. So it's afternoon here, but it's morning in Brazil. How have you been?
I've been fine. It's the same weather, Lagos, Belém, almost the same people, just for a few difference in complexion. And I would say the same struggle as well.
Oh, really? Yeah, of course. Brazil. Well, we might have to argue that one, right? But then again, let's dive straight in, because look, everyone's talking climate right now. What are our priorities as a country? And of course, what do we hope to get out of this conversation there at COP30?
Okay, we've been attending COP year in, year out. But I think this COP provides us the opportunity to tell our stories in clearer language, and also to speak the minds of people who are often, the victims of climate crises that they're not responsible for. This particular conference is going to, focus on the need to preserve fast depleting ecosystem, and also to protect our biodiversity. And it's going to be heavy, at least from the side of civil society, on corporate interests whose activities, inglorious activities, I must say, are the ones fueling the climate crisis. We know for a fact that there's a relationship between fossil fuel exploration and climate crisis. So this particular COP is going to be heavy, on corporate entities and corporate individuals whose businesses are the one fueling the climate crisis. We are also going to advance conversation for loss and damage that seems to be pending. And of course, the attempt of the Global North to switch this over to new collective quantified goals. The capacity of Africa to measure infraction, will also be looked into. And of course, the quality or the ability, the competence of the African group of negotiators, AGN, to advance African stories and peculiarities will also be looked into. We are not unaware of the politics surrounding climate change. Even like I always say, the science is on our side. We are a continent that contributes very minutely to global emission, but bears the biggest fund. I had one of your, the Hancock said flooding and the likes. Yes, the realities are here. It has become our lived and our shared realities in Africa and in the global north as a whole. Yes, global south as a whole. So we hope that this conference will provide us the opportunity not only to tell our stories, but to demand commensurate compensations from entities, from countries, from the so-called developed nations, who have put us into this mess that we are in. Climate crisis is not mysterious, it's not abstract. We have seen the activities fueling this. We have seen the interest benefiting from this mess. And I think it is high time for us to leap out of being beggarly or attempting to adopt charity as a mode to solving the crisis that we are not responsible for. So it's a wonderful conversation beginning, and we hope to, to smile back home at the end of the two-week conference.
All right. Well, thank you very much. But, you mentioned something that we need to look beyond what we have always been asking for, or what has always been obtainable, or the commitments that we've always gotten from climate conferences. But climate financing has always been a major striking point in all of the conversation, and I assume that it's also going to be one of the major, striking points from Vice President Kashim Shettima by the time he makes his speech. Always about grants or loan, either grant or loan. But what do you think Nigeria should be pushing for at COP30. What do you think, or what is more important for Nigeria to be demanding for at COP30?
It's not out of place to demand for climate finance, but then it must be with a high sense of justice, with a high sense of seriousness. This is not a demand that should be reduced to charity or someone's benevolence or someone's discretion. We are talking here about historical injustices. Historical liabilities. We can't, shy away from the fact that the now developed global north developed on the wings of gas, and Africa continues to bear the brunt. We see the signatures and even the handwritings of these multinationals, even in the Niger Delta in Nigeria. Shell, for instance, messed up the whole Niger Delta, divesting at the moment, selling facility to local entities that don't have the capacity to manage the infractions that is leaving behind. So it is settled that we need climate finance, but on what premise and on what basis and on what framework? And I think this is the conversation that we are having here. A lot of calculations have been made, but then there's a problem also. That the problem is who measures infractions. When we talk about loss and damage that climate finance should address, who measures this infraction? If you don't have the ability to measure damages, either economic damages or non-economic damages, how can you demand commensurate compensation? So over the years, Africa and Nigeria have, depended on this same global north to devise the measuring framework for damages. And that is why the likes of America might decide to pull out. China might use terminologies that are strange to global conversation, including facing up or facing down, just to avoid responsibility. And I think what is very, very important for us as Africa is to be able to detail our stories in such a way that we develop capacity on our own to measure infractions and also to demand that compensations are commensurate. So from the civil society, right from Paris Agreement of 2015 up until the last, COP in Baku last year, about $5 trillion have been earmarked. Have been hacked, and it's been consistently demanded for climate reparation. But then people, you know what the commitment was in the last COP, just $300 billion. And this is not even coming to us as grants. It's coming to us as concessionary loans, meaning the circle of subserviency continues and the slavery, colonialism continues. And it boils down to the fact that the African continent, through its African group of negotiators, and let me also say, that as beautiful or as touching as the story of Nigeria, Kenya, Cameroon might be, all this we have to be collapsed to the priorities of the African group of negotiators, advancing interest across thematics. So what this means basically is that no matter how genuine your case might be, you have to ensure that it finds interest with those that will hold the microphone. And of course, making sure that this becomes a talking point to those who might not even care to listen to them. It is normal for us to demand for climate finance, and we are demanding for that. But it's not going to be on the lens of those who have put us into this mess, but basically from those in the front line, those in Makoko, those in the Ayatollah community of Nigeria, who are also being denied the access of expression that people like us are having at the moment. So I think it's the right cause that we are fighting.
Okay, so I can't deny that, Mr. Olamide. You punctured the hole into something I wanted to, because look, at the end of the day, how do we get these people who hold the policy or hold the money to get to listen that we have problems? Because at the end of the day, look, we've highlighted that the problems are there. But right now, you've pointed out that, look, they may not even listen to us if we present it. So how do we get there? First off, what are the key challenges that are holding on to them listening to us? And then how do we get to do that? Because look, it's not enough for us to highlight that the problems exist. We have to now say, oh, these people need to listen to us and be committed to these issues that we are raising. How do we do that?
Yes, unfortunately, we have to force dialogue. And it's quite unfortunate that in this age and time, dialogue is still something we have to force, and we are not, shying away from that responsibility. From the civil society angle where I come from, where I represent, you have to just watch out for a lined out protest. There will be a lot of protest. There will be a lot of banners that will be carried. there will be a lot of noise that we are going to make again. Yes, we know that these lobbies and global north entities will also come in their numbers to strike deals. But then we are not also going to shy away from the fact that we will make it a little bit confrontational, advancing alternative positions, and also to ensure, more critically, that Nigerian government and government of African countries, don't dance to the tune of entities that are responsible for the climate crisis. We are not in short supply of options that can power renewable energy options that can power our continent. I mean, we can't continue to fly on the wings of gas and expect to avoid the consequences. I mean, this is just the reality. These guys from the global north seems to have developed on the same wings, and they have their footprint behind. So we are saying for a fact that, and expect this to happen in the next couple of days. A people's protest is planned for Saturday, and throughout next week, series of protests and counter protests will be carried out, just to say that happenings here in Belém doesn't reflect the realities of those in the frontline community. So we'll be heavy on our side, demanding for justice. Like I mentioned, science of climate change is on our side. Justice of climate change is above us, but it's our duty to bridge this gap. So we will be very heavy, and also critically asking government of African countries to commit internal resources into financing climate actions. Through the document referred to as the NDC, government of African countries are expected to detail what they are able to deliver upon. But then when you have to rely on outsider to finance your climate actions, your in-house climate action, you are just at their service. You are at their mercy, and they determine the pace. Just last year they were saying a lot of carbon finance projects have been, are coming into Africa, but carbon finance project is not climate actions. And this is the decision that we have to make. Climate actions will be the one that will respect human and people's dignity, preserve human and people's culture, will be the one that will not, on the wings of development, set away people from their historical land and their cultural heritage. That to us is not development. And when we are asking for a conversation around what just transition means, it should be the one that will not just offer us employment, but that will offer us livelihood, because we know the difference between employment and livelihood. Like employment will give you money, but livelihood will preserve your culture, and preserve your heritage. So the difference is clear for us, and we understand this. So we'll be so heavy to ensure that governments of African countries commit resources to fighting, climate, to achieving climate actions internally, and also to ensure more critically that policies of governments across Africa are protected from the infiltration of corporate interest or interest from the global north, and also seed from suggestions that are forced in orientation and are also forced in implementation. I can begin to mention some of these solutions that have been advanced that are mathematical fraud, that will never, allow justice to prevail, but will rather, distance us from getting the justice that we are all asking for as far as climate crisis is concerned.
All right, Mr. Olumide, I'd just like to ask a question, because you mentioned internal financing, earlier on, the fact that not every year we don't have to go, the entire South, the entire African country, we don't have to go cap in hand to COP or to developing countries asking for financing one way or the other. So what opportunities do you see in Africa or in Nigeria, for example, in the climate markets, carbon markets, gas, oil? What are the opportunities that you see that you think Nigeria or the African countries can take advantage of, that they can use to internally support themselves?
Well, we are not in support of solutions that are being pushed to us from the market forces, carbon markets, you say. We are not unaware of the fact that Article 6.2, 6.4 of the Paris Agreement detailed the so-called benefits from carbon market. But then there's Article 6.8 that talks about non-carbon markets. Unfortunately, everything has been reduced to market and transaction, and everything seems to have a price tag. But that is quite unfortunate, because people in the Niger Delta, just tell me a community in the Niger Delta that is benefiting from the oil and gas there. I mean, expectancy is below 50. The last time we were there in Delta State, there was a burial going on. 49 years old woman just died and they say it's a life well spent. No, that's not a life well spent.
What
It's
is
because
that?
of our exposure, to soot and, carbon
Yes.
that she wasn't responsible for, So there is no benefit, so-called, in this current framework, that benefit from emission trading scheme. Is only going to service the ego and enshrine the dominance of individuals, these capitalist individuals, at the mercy of the masses. And that is the reality here. The same structure of dominance, the same market forces, trying to prefer solutions like net zero is a mathematical fraud. And what that means basically is that the likes of America can continue to pollute, why Zambia, who is under polluting, will absorb the excesses of America in its forest reserves, in its water body. That doesn't make sense. I mean, the problem continues. Compensation is so unlikely. So we are not going to advance, and we have never advanced the benefits in the carbon market as detailed in Article 6.26.4. Our interest has always been in non-carbon approach, in non-carbon markets. Before the exploration of oil began in Nigeria in 1956, we have an heritage, we have an identity. We developed on our own pace. Now it has become an oil course for us as a country. And this is the reality of all African countries, as the case may be. So our emphasis will be promoting, non-carbon approach, attracting investment in renewable energy that we are never in short supply of, and building our own capacity for adaptation and resilience. What the framework currently means is that we are going to continue drilling and we'll pump money so that you can continue to adapt. But you and I know that there is a limit to adaptation. At some point, we can exhaust our adaptive capacity. And that is what is happening here now in Africa at the moment. So we are tired of this scenario. We don't want a repeat of this old story. We are advancing alternatives that will protect the interests of the frontline community and give life back to our people who have been deprived of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunlade. I know that efforts are being made, but then again, the truth is we're at COP30, means we've had 29 previous, and then it seems like our strategy seems to be we'll dialogue and then we'll protest again. Exactly. And it's looking like 31, 32, we're still going to protest and dialogue again. Can we look for other strategies that can help us get action? Because look, we're talking climate action. Exactly. Dialogue should not even, dialogue is good, right? But we want action now. How can we push for more actions rather than dialogue, as it were?
Yeah, we will not rule out the possibility of dialogue. Yeah, it's a global conversation. Climate change is not local, and that's why they call it global crisis. It is not a problem caused internally. So we will not rule out that possibility. But internally, as far as each African countries are concerned, I think we should prevail on our states, individual countries in Africa, to stop further investment in fossil fuel exploration.
Okay.
And we have to be clear about it. Plastic is a product of fossil fuel. The climate crisis that we are currently experiencing is an aftermath of fossil fuel exploration. For instance, in Nigeria, the government is speaking from both sides of the mouth, making investments in frontier exploration in the north, and also investing in renewable. This is confusing. As a matter of fact, can we just invest in renewable energies? Because this oil and gas has done us more damage. Do you want to imagine how much money is being voted to clean up Ogoni land? And after all this investment, it's still not happening. So where is the blessing? Where is the benefit? Where is the the so-called development that you get from oil and gas? So yes, we'll continue to dialogue, but we'll prevail more heavily on our individual countries to at least step aside these juicy, so-called juicy propositions from the global north and begin to look inward to what you can tap that will not put your people at risk after all. And I tell people, the primary duty of government is to protect lives and property and ensure social welfare. Corporate welfare might come later, but not at the expense of individuals who should benefit from government policy. So I think the point here is to democratize the policy-making process in such a way that it's centered on the people and that the intention and the aspirations of those in the front line are adequately catered for. So we might be stepping aside from our contemporary slow dialogue and having conversations, and of course be more aggressive, like I said, and be more confrontational, and laying right there to the bear the position, as it were, in the frontline communities that I said are often being denied the benefit of expression that some of us have representing them here.
So, Mr. Ogunlade, I do know that civil organizations, civil society organizations like CAPA, which you represent, they do their own efforts. But then again, how can we have a collaborative effort between civil society groups, governments, and then citizens of a country to, find a solution, or at least an actionable? How can we work together to ensure that this climate change doesn't overwhelm us, as it were?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think we are doing that at the moment. So CAPA is being joined by many others, or let me say CAPA is joining many others to advance the realities of the global South generally, and also to join struggle with people from across African continent to ensure that we have an harmonized position. So through the Make the Polluter Pay campaign, which CAPA is currently leading across the African continent, we are making sure that we are speaking the minds of Africa. And of course, through the Demand Climate Justice Group, which we are a part of, we are also, combining forces with our allies from Latin, because the Global North have members that are even in the Latin America. Remember I said that in Brazil here, we are almost the same, just for the few changes in our color. The struggles are the same. The street is just like the street of Lagos. There is heat, people are suffering, just like we have in Lagos. So it's us harnessing, and CAPA is leading this charge, being joined by other pro-people organizations, to be able to advance the reality of African countries. And we are issuing a position. I have mentioned that just in Saturday, there will be a people's summit and a people's protest. And this protest is not going to have a Nigerian face, it's going to have the face of the global South in such a way that people are aware of the massive significance of what sustained investment in fossil fuel is bringing to the people of the global South, and why this should be continued head on. So CAPA is just here to bridge the gap for people in Ayetoro who have lost 90% of their land due to sea incursion and rising sea level, to the people of Taveta community in Kenya who have become emergency miners because of flooding, because of the ratification, and to the people in Cameroon who are now struggling with the infiltration of Chinese miners just because of climate change. So we are here to bridge this gap and to ensure that we force reasoning on those who should make the right difference in the lives of the people. I will not shy away from this responsibility. No matter the intimidation, no matter how lonely this fight might be, we are committed to it, and it's going to be a victory on our side.
This sounds really exciting. It sounds encouraging. I'm a little bit, I'm excited about what's to come. But all of this excitement, do we have a unified voice? Do you think the Global South has a unified voice, with all the climate negotiations going on at COP30? I think it's very important for us to know Nigeria, the Global South, it's not like Nigeria is speaking for itself and some other countries speaking for themselves. I hope that, do you think there is a unified voice for these climate negotiations and commitments that we're expecting?
Oh wow, that's a question that I wish I don't answer because I also have that fear. And I'll give you an instance. There was a time that Kenya hosted the African Climate Summit in Nairobi. The 4 countries in Africa were expected to participate, and I think about 19 came. So there was a question on quorum, sorry, and if this outcome of that conference actually reflects the realities of Africa. So I'm afraid that we are actually struggling with harmonizing our positions. Yes, because of individual struggles, individual peculiarities, and more importantly, the infiltration of global North investment and interest across the global South. And it's a deliberate attempt to class us and to divide us. The regular phrase divide and rule. So across our policy, we are seeing this infiltration. We are seeing technocrats from the oil multinationals, talking to government, convincing government, suggesting policies, making recommendations that will keep them in business. And because of this notion that Africa is impoverished, we think everything should be reduced to money, should be reduced to figure. So in that premise, a lot of African countries are following the money, not the people. So I'm not unaware of that very, very disturbing and concerning reality. But what I can say is that we also have a team or a group of people who understand the dynamics, who see that this is a repeat of eco-colonialism, and capitalism, as it were, in such a way that the people will be at the back end, and only a few entities, only a few individuals, only a few in the political cycle and the elites from amongst us, the politically best among us, will benefit. So we understand these dynamics. We are not unaware of this politics behind the climate change agitation or negotiation, as the case may be. So we are trying to bridge the gap through the structure that I've listed out, earlier. We are advancing alternative position. We are telling the stories as they were. In Taita Taveta, where we were, the government will say, yes, we are doing fine with mining, but if you go into the core communities in Taita Taveta in Kenya, these are people who were primarily farmers, but have to become emergency miners because they have to dig deep. What happened to them digging deep? That's climate change. And this climate change is not forced on them. Some entities are responsible for this. So this honest conversation, this honest disposition and dialogue is what we are having with the government in such a way that we redefine our position to development as a case study, and in such a way that developments are inclusive, participatory, and democratic, and not thrown at us by entities who are benefiting from the crisis. We understand this dynamism, and we are not unaware of the interest of the global north to maintain the status quo. But the status quo is only benefiting the few elites among us, and not the majority or the mass of the people.
Well, Mr. Golade, I know it's a lot to unpack here, but I also know that you need to head back to COP30 to, continue with the actual advocacy. But we're wrapping up, and I need your thoughts on this. We already hear that there's COP32 that has been earmarked for Ethiopia. So they are already counting in front. We are talking about the right now COP30. What are your expectations after? Because everybody has dreams. What are your expectations after COP30? We have to see it so that at COP32 we're not having the same conversation again.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for that. My personal expectation and that of the organization and the groups that we represent is not to have this same dialogue that will advance the interest of carbon markets at the expense of frontline communities. We want clear and very, very simple, position that would protect frontline communities. By position, I mean investment in renewable energies that will not put the lives and the livelihood of the people in a American community in Delta, for instance, at risk, or Ultra-Bagin Bayelsa at risk because some people are making money. Before the next COP, I also want to see a demystified framework, that would advance loss and damage fund and will also democratize access to this fund in such a way that bureaucracies and bureaucratic bottlenecks affecting assets, use, and leverage of this fund are totally erased and removed. We don't also want to get loans, concessionary loans. What we are talking about is a grant, non-repayment of grant, because these are historical liabilities. We also want those who are responsible for this crisis to at least for once accept and acknowledge the mess that they have created, because reparations start from self-acknowledgement of the mess that you have created. And we want a global solidarity, in investment towards non-carbon markets, which we are not in short supply of. So before the next COP31 or a COP32, we want commitment on the table, that will have translated to, actions both for mitigation and adaptation, and not the one that would maintain the circle of exploitation and eco-colonialism as they want it to be.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Olamide Ogolade, for helping us to break this down. So at least we will understand what we are doing at COP30, because we know we've got large representation over there. I've been seeing pictures coming up with that. But thank you so much for bringing your insights to today's conversation. Of course, we'll definitely stay in touch with you. If we need any of that conversation, we'll definitely reach out to you. All right?
Thank you so much. My pleasure to be here. So glad.
All right. So, we know where we stand. We know where we hope to get to. The point is, the process in between, we just hope politics does not throw us away.
Yeah, but do we, though? Do we know where we hope to get to be, or do we know where we should be?
Yeah.
Because in recent time, has Nigeria actually been committed to its commitments at all the previous COPs that we have had.
Our politics does not throw us away.
Political will also comes into play one way or the other. I remember COP28, very, very popular and famous for the entourage.
That went there.
The delegates that went there. That was what it was more popular for,
yes.
rather than what it was supposed to be.
Yes.
Exactly. All right. And COP29 was a little bit hush-hush. Didn't, get so much from there. But the big question is Nigeria has so much to offer. We are also looking at alternative solutions ourselves. We are looking at renewables. We're looking at green energy as well. But then we're still flaring gas. So.
The truth is, I was when you were saying get rid of fossil fuel, I'm like, but that's part of our major source of income. Anyway, in today's episode, we have explored Nigeria and the Global South's engagement at COP30, highlighting the critical role of civil society and activist networks in shaping climate policies. Viewers should take away the urgency of climate action, the importance of advocacy and accountability, and of course the tangible steps African nations and organizations are taking to ensure their voices matter in global negotiation. Governments must translate international commitments into measurable national policies, while private sector actors can invest in sustainable solutions and citizens are encouraged to participate in climate advocacy. Thank you all so much for staying with us in this first episode of the show. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. We'll go on a break, and when we return, we'll bring in another conversation to you. Don't go anywhere.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adibi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical essential raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So. very good to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back to Just Africa for today. And of course, in the second segment of today's show, we'll be celebrating, I'll call it a colossus, because it's one of the schools that have helped to shape the society in Nigeria is celebrating 100 years. The St. Mary's Private School, of course, it's a mission school. And we've got one of the supervisors here to come and, have a brief tete-a-tete with us. Tell us about how the school has been and how it has been able to shape young persons to be better persons of the society. Of course, I'm not going to share this table alone with me. I've got the very veteran journalist himself, Mr. Bayo Olaoye, with me, and to help us to unpack this conversation. Of course, Baba, I'm definitely not going to have this alone.
I'm glad to be here. Emotionally, I'm glad to be here, and spiritually, I want to welcome sister as a Catholic.
Yes.
I worship in the Holy Cross Cathedral.
Yes.
My father was a former headmaster of Holy Cross School.
Okay.
So I feel that
I'm
part of this celebration.
This celebration, yes. Don't worry. I know we definitely can't leave you out in this conversation.
My mother attended St. Mary's Private School.
Oh.
We are so rest in peace. She would have been 118 or 111.
Yes.
I'm 76, but so I think I'm part of
this. But if we were to puncture, how do you see, your mother is it, but then again, how do you think this kind of mission schools help to shape Lagosians, by the way, but then again, by extension, Nigerians, with the kind of values that they teach?
The St. Mary's Private School had carved a niche for itself. You are talking about branding. It has branded itself so many years ago because of those values that our grandfathers and our grandmothers bequeathed to us. Morality, integrity, values, respect, hard work. And so, products of, you remember our sister and our matriarch, Chief Juliko Kapi, people like that were brought up in St. Mary's private schools with that kind of benchmark of morality and obedience. So, we're celebrating excellence in the center of excellence.
True, I like that pun. Of course, we're not to waste time because I really want us to dive straight into the conversation. So I'm welcoming Sister Francisca Yora to the conversation. OLA, she's the supervisor of St. Mary's Private School, who interestingly celebrating 100 years. I jokingly said a passing before we came on air that the school is older than Nigeria itself. But very welcome to today's episode of the show, Sister Francisca. How has today been?
Yeah, thank you very much. Today has been good. We thank God for
How is preparation for the 100 years? That would ask it. Because you look like there's plenty of work that needs to be done.
There's a lot to be done, actually, and it has been tasking. Trying to involve the ex-learners to be part of the celebration.
Okay.
Because the school has really produced a lot of people in the high society in the country. So celebrating it on our own without involving them will not be nice. So we are trying to reach out to many of them to come and join us in the celebration. Actually, the main celebration will be next year, 2026, because the school was founded in 1926. We are trying to begin the celebration this year. We are using an academic year for this celebration with different activities lined up. And we actually started last week with a symposium, and it was an interesting one that Vanguard carried it, and it was interesting. And we are trying to also still reach out to many of them that are not aware with different means of communication to get
them
involved. Yeah, and a lot of them have been showing interest, and I feel happy hearing people saying something, positive things about the school, and like our grandmothers and great-grandmothers. I remember a parishioner that told me on Sunday in the church that the grandmother went to our school, the mother went to our school, and she herself went to our school.
And she's a grandmother already.
And she's a grandmother already, and she's very happy to participate with us. And it will also interest you that Donald Duke went to our school. Yeah, he finished from St. Mary's Private School. And then the present First Lady of Lagos State finished from St. Mary's Private School.
Okay, at this point, there's no need to argue when it comes to the high and mighty in the society that school has touched. But then again, I worry because I know Baba has a lot of questions he wants to throw at you. But then I wanted to ask, the school, because when we were having the conversation outside, you did mention that the school had different tiers. It's not just one for the girls. I think it had different types. So just run us through that one before we dissect them one at a time.
We can't talk about the private school without starting with the convent school. We have 3 in one school. The first one is St. Mary's Convent School. That was the initial school the early missionary sisters of Our Lady of Apostles, founded. So the school was founded in 1873, and they were in charge of the school. The main purpose, they taught the Brazilian children, the Portuguese children, and the main purpose was mainly to train the young girls for marriage. To become a good housewife. There were a lot of, what they were mainly teaching was home economics, how to take care of the homes and all. Then later on, there was a need for proper education because the convent school was mainly for girls. So people started demanding for a proper education, and that was how St. Mary Private School was founded for both boys and girls. And later on, the convent school began because one of the schools was for language only. They use vernacular, while the other one is English. So we have 3 in one schools. 2 of the schools, the convent school, later was taken over by the government. Till today, it's still the government school. And the other one, St. Mary's Girls' School, is also for the government. Just the private school that still belongs to the church. That is the Miss School. The other 2 schools are girls' school and the government school.
Sister, I have 2 questions. In this era now in Nigeria, we're talking about the girl child. In fact, the girl child is an endangered species because she's been abused, misused, and sometimes underused. Now, in an environment like the City of Excellence, the Center of Excellence Lagos, we have girls hawking, girls doing jobs, menial jobs, and that kind of thing. And then another question is language. People are clamoring that we should use indigenous languages in education. I want you to look at this in the light of the standards that you want to keep. Would you consider indigenous language in schools that are run by the private sector in the view of calls, even by government, that we should use our local languages, indigenous languages very well? And we're talking about just Africa. So,
using our local language in schools, it will It will be very difficult because to really get teachers,
okay.
Let's start with the teachers. You have to train them because most of our teachers cannot even speak their local languages. So it will start with getting teachers prepared for that. But using the local language alone, does that mean that our children will not move out of this country one day? What will happen to them when they go out, have the opportunity of going out, of mixing up with other people from other countries?
Yeah.
So I will advise that we balance it.
Okay.
We balance it. It's good to teach our children our local language. It's beautiful. But using it alone in education setting, I will not really subscribe to that.
Okay, okay.
Sister, I will also agree with you that we don't have the books. We don't have the writers. And it's across board. All languages, all indigenous languages now are now saying that there are not enough teachers, there are not enough books, people are not writing. And then that brings us to the question of colleges of education in the country. Should they not be producing teachers in every ramification? Should they not be attending to trends in the society? So, how should we take this? Because we're still talking about the girl child.
Yeah. Talking about the girl child, one of our charism for my congregation, Sisters of Our Lady of Apostles, we are founded for the upbringing of a girl child and then vulnerable children. That was the main reason we were founded.
Yeah.
At first, when the missionaries arrived, they were finding it difficult to get through to evangelize. And that was the main reason we were founded, to help the women, especially in particular, especially. That was the main reason we were founded. And talking about, still going back to that our local language of a thing, before we can go back to that, all of us, both the teachers, College of Education, lecturers, everything, we have to go back to school. I will still go back to that because we don't have it. I cannot boast of speaking my language. I can speak it, but there's a difference between speaking and expressing yourself with it.
Yes.
It's a different thing entirely. And also writing it is a different thing.
Are parents helping the issue? There are some parents that will see that you speak English to their children.
Yes, they do
in
that.
fact, I had that problem at the time.
Yes, both parents and lecturers, we have to go back to class as well to be able to implement that.
That same thing. So I know that, 100 years celebrating St. Mary's is big, right? And just like you rightly said, you've been able to shape caliber people in society, high-ranking people. I noticed that the missions that started the initial convent had a target, right? Oh, let's prepare girls for marriages, prepare them for family. Right now, what is the aim, what is the target that St. Mary, as it were, whether the convents, whether the mixed schools, whichever one, what are the missions or the visions that they've had or they have right now?
Yeah, the initial target, it was education in every preparing girls for marriage as housewife, or we deal with education. So we still continue with that. We always give our best to our learners and our students wherever we are working. And a lot of people who have gone through our school say a lot, like Emian Saludo.
Sanusi, yes.
Finished from one of our schools in Kaduna.
Oh, okay.
I remember the year he went to Ireland. He went to one of our convents in Ireland, and he went to the grave of one of our sisters that taught him. I went to the graveyard, and he's a Muslim. We don't discriminate. We focus on education. We give the best,
irrespective of your religion,
where you are coming from. So we are always happy seeing our past learners and our past students doing well in the society. And that is what keep encouraging us to always
continue.
give the
Yes,
best.
yes. I don't like the fact that you don't. It's not when you say education. It's not just only book.
It's not just
English
only
and,
book.
So
Morals.
morals. Yeah, because I do know that is what the society currently needs. And then the fact that you have continued the momentum. But then again, there's this part where government comes and then infuses their own. Does it still happen when they come and influence maybe your subjects or what you do? Do they still do that?
We use the government's curriculum and our own.
Okay.
There's an agreement between us and the government.
Okay.
Like the new curriculum that just came out.
Yes.
And we are looking for a way to implement it, to add it to our own curriculum.
Okay.
Every academic session, we bring that of the government, we bring that of the school,
yes.
And we
marry it. Okay.
Sister, in fashioning out a new curriculum that is modern, what subjects do you think should be included? In our own days, we had hygiene and nature study, general intelligence, and all that. But now, modernity, technology is beckoning on us that from primary school, children should be taught. They should be taught certain things. In relation to current trends, what subjects do you think
we should add?
Our children should start learning at the early age? You can talk about computer science, but that is not the basic, outstanding culture that we want our children to imbibe.
I was happy when this new curriculum came out and I saw something on technology.
Okay.
As it, not technology per se,
AI.
Not AI, teaching
digital
craft.
Okay.
Teaching children how to
vocational
studies. Thank you very much. I was happy to see that. And if we are able to implement that, it will help our children in future. Okay. And also there was something we introduced of recent in our school, etiquette.
Oh, okay.
Etiquette. We just introduced it. Last time we began etiquette. We started with the senior school, and we saw that we got feedback from parents that this is nice. Even their children are correcting them at home. Yeah. Mom, you are not supposed to talk this way. Mom, you are not supposed to stand this way. This is how you are supposed to sit.
Nice, yeah.
And they said, why not involve the whole school? Why? You said we are just trying to see how we are able to marry it. But now we are all doing it in the school, and the children are happy with it. So we noticed that in this, we have lost it. When it comes to etiquette, you see children not greeting, you see children not walking the way they are sort of dressing and all those things. So we have lost our culture. We are trying to modernize. Over there, this is what we do. That is not our culture. So that is why we are trying to bring out that culture. We are trying to sweep away to introduce it to our children.
Sister, I want to talk about parenting because I'm a grandmother, I'm a grandfather, and I've seen that with the best of intentions, some of our children or some of my children should take things for granted. What has parenting got to do with modern education or educating a young child? What has parenting got to do? That is the mother and the father combining to train a child. Now,
I remember when I was growing up, they used to say, there's a saying that said, the environment, the community come together to train a child. Yes. But presently, you cannot even correct a child that is not your biological child. You try to correct a child, you will hear the mother or the father fighting you for correcting the child. So people trying to ignore even when they see the child doing what is not right. Yeah, parenting these days, with the looking at the society, we have a lot of single mothers. A lot of them were not well brought up, I'm sorry to say, or the parent tried and they lost it, they missed it. Imagine a mother that is not well cultured. Yes. How do you expect that mother to train
somebody else? Yes.
Somebody else? That is where the problem is. And we're trying to correct that child sometimes. Sometimes we get insults from parents. Especially these days that you are not allowed to flog a child in the society. And you see these children, because those days they will say,
spread the rod or
spread the child.
Yes.
But these days, try and some of them, you shout it tomorrow, they will not listen. But sometimes when you use that cane, they feel threatened. But these days, because of child abuse and all, we have kept
do you think social media has something to do with all these things we have been talking about? Because you find that even parents too are addicted to the phones, the children are addicted to the phone. So what have you? Distractions?
There's a lot of distraction of social media, actually. Sometimes I scold parents. Early in the morning, they give their children phone to be watching movie or whatever. You see a child of 2 years can operate a phone. During our time, there was nothing like that.
Yes.
So
the distractions are so
the
many.
distractions were not there. So we focus more on phone, and it's affecting the children negatively. And you see some parents, when the child is crying, what they use to pet the child is phone. What he's not supposed to be. So it's something that parents should really look into. When you leave it for the school cannot do it. You have your children with you at home, and the children come to spend some hours with us in the school. So sometimes we try to teach them, but they go home, they pick up the habits the parents have already taught them. Yes. So it's kind of difficult. But we try to encourage our parents, but sometimes you talk, it's as if you are pouring water on a rock. Yeah. It does not really sink.
I was good because funny enough, just even today, I had a conversation with a friend who is a teacher, and then she was lamenting, let me just use the right word. And then one of the things she said was, a child faked that she was sick. From the house, the child was okay. I was going to school. Got to school and said she was sick and needed to go back home. So the school allowed her to go home, but she never went back home. So they now found the child in the street, on the road, perhaps maybe on her way to somewhere else, which is supposed to be school time. When the matter now got to the school, the parents were blaming the teachers that why did you let this child go home without communicating to us first? And the teachers were saying, if you had cultured this child well from the house, she probably wouldn't have played this trick on us. But the blame game kept going between teachers and parents. How do we ensure that teachers are not taking the fall for the irresponsibility of parents?
Let me use the example you just started.
Yes.
When a child is sick, starting from late coming, because we are very strict with assembly.
Yes.
You must be on
the assembly ground, yes.
7:30 is our assembly. Once it's 8 o'clock, the gate is locked. We give you 5 minutes of grace. Then 5 past, we open the gate. After then, once you come late, you go home. If you come to school alone, you will sit with the security man sometimes. Or we call your parents if they are not with you. If a child is sick, we advise parents, when your child is sick from home, don't bring the child to school. Call either the teacher or the sessional head to inform them, my child is not fine. He or she cannot come to school. It will be noted. When you bring the child to school and we notice the child is not well, we take the child to sick bay and we call the parents immediately because our sick bay, we don't give medication. It's just for the nurse to make sure that the child is okay before the parent comes to pick the child. So we don't allow our children to go home on their own, even if they come to school on their own. We try to call the parents to make sure either the mother or the father or any of the relatives to come and pick the child. So leaving the child, children, they can be mischievous, you can't say. Leaving is risky for the child, especially with this society we are now. Anything can happen to the child. So we don't allow our children to go that way.
But again, St. Mary at 100, I mean, it's been a long legacy, and I do know that you have standards for everything. I was going to ask, is it the day and boarding, or is just only day school?
It's only day
so
school. It's a primary school.
Oh, it's only primary?
It's primary.
So they always go home and then
and
come
back
every time?
Yes.
So are there any plans to extend to secondary? Because I mean, at the end of the day, look.
If we are to extend to secondary, we don't have space.
Oh, okay.
We don't have
So it's part of what you'll be asking for now, if you are supposed to get donors, for example.
If God blesses us this moment.
Sister, there's another notorious group when you're talking about education in Nigeria. Parents Teachers Association. They claim power, they negotiate power, they enforce, and that kind of thing. I don't know your experience, because even the authorities themselves have found that this powerful body of parents.
For my part, I have not really experienced a tough
Parent
association.
Okay.
The present executive I met, they have been trying their best to make sure that the discussion between the school and parents go in line, as in, they are the representative of the parents, and they come to school with dialogue, we make sure that we arrive at an agreement, and they go back and relate whatever it is to the parent during the general meeting. So I have not really experienced
It's fine. I mean, we like that. This is something that since there's a collaboration between parents and teachers, is fantastic. If you were to be asked...
Because we have what is it, constitution that guides us.
Oh, okay. It's like a country on its own. But then again, if you were to be asked, because this is 100, and I'm sure there are still things that the school needs. If you're given this platform and say, okay, please, there are some things I need help with, or the school needs help with, please, can you highlight some of them?
As I said earlier, we always give the best.
Yes.
And we continue to give the best. To enable us to continue the foundation that was laid down by our early missionaries. And the world is changing, especially with technology.
Yes.
We'll be happy to upgrade the school to some extent, physical appearance and then education and all. And you made mention of secondary school. If the government, not only our school, maybe if the government feel that some of our schools that have been taken over by governments can be returned back to the mission, it will be a great deal for us. I will be very grateful. Because sometimes you go back to this school, we feel sad with the state of the school. And there's a saying that our early missionaries, especially those that are no more, how will they be feeling after their sweat of trying to, So
I do feel a bit of emotion with it, because I went to Immaculate's it's supposed to be a school that is close to St. Agnes, Maryland. And then there's Maryland Comprehensive, which was adjacent to us.
That is our school too.
Yeah, so I know Maryland Comprehensive has gone back to mission, but Immaculate is still a comprehensive school. You can tell the difference even from aesthetics from outside when you come and then you see it. I'm a proud Immaculate student, by the way, but then again, I used to see that difference, and I always wished that, we went back to the mission school, because the standards are there. We're not saying government does not try. But then again, in the difference that you can see, you do wish that our education can get better. Is there any policy that government can do now other than just returning it back? The ones that are still in their hands, is there any policy you feel that they can do that can get them better, and or get them back to the standards that the missionaries had left?
To get them back at the state where the missionary left it, actually will be a difficult, I don't know. It's not difficult for the government to do, actually. It's a matter of interest, and then a matter of sacrifice. And this is where you get, you want to give the best out of for the society.
Yes.
When you want the society to be okay, give them the best, so that tomorrow they will not lack anything. I will encourage the government that when the school is not just only the building of its own, constant supervision matters a lot. You cannot just put a principal in the school or a headmistress in the school and you back out without knowing how they are running the school. Supervision is very important. I think that is
one policy that they can try.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sister, we cannot end this conversation, this discussion, without talking about the Gen Zs, the youth, the future leaders of tomorrow. And I'm talking about patriotism. You find an American kid saying, "I love America." But that is not the case with our own youth that we are bringing up now. And you have an agency called National Orientation Agency saying that it's imbibing the culture of patriotism in youth. I don't know how they are doing it, but as a stakeholder in education, what do we do about our patriotism? President Tinubu said something, Nigeria first policy. All those are just rhetorics, but sincerely and deliberately, how can we encourage our children
to be patriotic, right?
To encourage you to be proud of what is ours.
To be Nigerian.
I don't
know.
Teaching, they say, is not only when you teach 1 + 1. A lot of us learn by seeing.
Okay.
Seeing somebody alone. And we are all looking up to our leaders in the society. They are saying it, they are imbibing what? Are we really seeing
it? Yes.
It's only when we see it that you expect the youth to feel that, inclusiveness.
Yes.
If they are not seeing it, they will not be able to,
be part of it. Yes.
Of who they are. So it's a matter of, a lot is happening in the country, yes. It's a matter of our leaders they should try to make the country better for everybody.
Should we teach history? Should we teach African history in schools?
We teach history.
Okay.
Even in primary school.
Okay.
History is back. I think they remove it at a stage from the curriculum.
Yes.
Now it's back. Even in our school presently, we teach history. If you teach history, yes, we teach history. As I said, there is still something like, you are teaching me how to dress. Let me use that as an example. You that is teaching me, but you are not well dressed.
Yes. So it's more like do what I say rather than do what I'm doing.
You are teaching me the history. Maybe when you even look at the history, I think I don't know. I think our past beginning is even better than the state we are now. Because when you look at the history of our country, you will think things will be far better than what we are
improving.
We are not improving. Instead, it's as if
regressing. Yeah.
I don't know what.
Anyway, I want us to wrap up the highlights of the conversation, which is St. Mary at the 100. Run us through the program. I already said you did symposium. Run us through what you have planned going forward to 2026.
We began on the 6th with a symposium, and then we talked about the role of education, fostering holistic development, and then addressing global issues amid 21st century and challenges. Then on the 22nd of November, by the grace of God, will be the flag-up ceremony. Actually, we have begun all this way with community service.
Okay.
Going to the streets to give back to the society, cleaning the environment. So on the 22nd of this month will be the flag off. We begin with the Holy Mass, then with the reception in the school compound. Then next year we have a community clinic outreach, whereby we invite the community to come for health check-up. If we have maybe paracetamol we can assist them with, we give to them. Then we have the grand finale actually will be on the 24th of July. On the 24th of July. And before then, there's another event that will come up on the 7th of that July before the grand finale. The grand finale, we hope to wrap it up with the graduation of the Basic 6 next year by the grace of God.
Oh, interesting. So what has I know St. Mary's is a mission school. But then again, your proximity to the cathedral is very, very pivotal. Have you been getting enough support from the Archbishop, for example, Alfred Martin?
Archbishop is the proprietor.
Is the proprietor
Of the school? Okay,
Yes,
okay. So, I mean, support from the church itself to the school. You've been getting that massive support from them?
Yes.
Okay.
Because a lot of the parishioners, they finish from...
Oh, interesting. So it kind of works.
Sister, let's conclude in this way. What will you be telling the Nigerian child despite the peculiar challenges? No water, no light, no road, and so on and so forth. Is there... I just want you to send a message to the Nigerian child.
For me, I believe it is a state. We have in stages of life. It's not something that will be permanent. It will be better one day. That is our hope, and that is what we preach, and we believe in that. And we believe that God will bring all these things, all this suffering we are going through will become a history one day. And we continue to pray. We don't lose hope as Christians. We believe that things will get better.
Yeah, that's the optimism, and of course we keep that sharing that optimism with even our viewers out there. Special thanks to Sister Francisca Ayora to come, of course, of Our Lady of Apostles, who came to sit with us and, of course, enlighten us with the whole St. Mary's celebration of 100 years. We do hope that we're going to be part of that celebration as well. And, of course, we use the opportunity to also thank our first guest who was with us, Mr. Olamide, who is at COP30 in Brazil. We'll definitely give you updates from there. So thanks to Ba Olaoye as well, who also sat with us throughout today's conversation. Of course, still stay with us on SOUQ News Television, and of course follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. We're going to bring you more stories, and of course at 12 at the top of the hour, bringing you news headlines. Do not forget, as I said, we'll bring you again interesting conversations on Just Africa tomorrow. So do well to stay with us. I remain Emmanuel Amelo, and of course, have a wonderful afternoon.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry opas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people, and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups, or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Ba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contacts with approaching vehicles ensures the see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television. Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komolafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games. I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing. And so there I was, at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. I mean, when you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? I mean, if you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? Like the video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Gamehers. That's TheGamehers on all socials and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app. And it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people, find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors. And a big partner. Also I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even. Our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children, Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corpers. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio, and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations.